Chapter 210. Black Moon City, a warehouse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen elites from the Fierce Tiger organization entered the warehouse in a single file. All of them were aggressive and looked around vigilantly, as if they were looking for a target. I heard that someone saw Huang hiding in this warehouse. Why can't I see him? We'll know after searching this warehouse. If we can catch Huang, boss will reward us handsomely. 18 chi deposition pills. How great would that be? Oh my god, if we can get 18 chi deposition pills, we'll save years of cultivation time. We might even be able to break through to the first heaven and become stronger. We'll be rich this time. But this guy passed the nightmare trial. His strength is definitely not fake. We'd better be careful. If we fail, we'll be in big trouble. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong this kid is, he's only at the first heaven of the martial realm. We're all at the second heaven of the martial realm, or even the third heaven. Why would we be afraid of a kid? That's right. A dozen of us against him. One punch from each of us is enough to turn this kid into minced meat. What I'm afraid of is that he won't show up. Once he does, he'll be dead. It'll be as easy as stepping on an ant. Indeed. We're not afraid of this kid's strength. We're afraid that he'll sneak away and leave Black Moon City. That way, we won't be able to find him. The dozen elites of the Fierce Tiger organization discussed. All of them were arrogant and did not take Xiaoping seriously. They felt that the kid was a rookie who could be easily crushed. Even if they knew that the other party was a monster who passed the nightmare trial, no matter how strong he was only at the first heaven of the martial realm. It was impossible for him to defeat so many of them. Oh, as easy as stepping on an ant? At this moment, a figure walked out of the darkness. It was Xiaoping. He appeared directly in front of the elites of the Fierce Tiger organization. He looked at them and said, "You don't have much ability, but you talk big. Come, let me see what you're capable of." He stood with his hands behind his back like a master. What? Seeing Xiaoping suddenly appear, the elites of the Fierce Tiger organization were not shocked. Instead, they were all pleasantly surprised. They finally found this damn kid. They finally had hope of completing their mission. See my ass. Hearing this, one of the Fierce Tiger elites was so angry that his nose became crooked. He couldn't stand this bastard's arrogant attitude. You want to see what we're capable of? You're just a trash in the first heaven of the martial artist realm. You're pretending to be an expert in the Grandmaster realm, yet you still want to give pointers to the world. You're not qualified at all, do you know that? Big brother, don't waste words with him. Kill him immediately and smash his head. A middle-aged man in a red singlet sneered. His muscles were bulging and his arms were tattooed with a tiger. He was a third heaven of the martial artist realm. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced forward like a ferocious tiger. His body was surrounded by terrifying true chi, and he let out a frightening tiger roar, which caused the ground to crack. Once hit by him, even a rock weighing several tons would be smashed into smithereens. These underworld figures were all vicious and merciless. They didn't even have time to exchange pleasantries with this kid. They immediately took action and broke this guy's limbs so that he couldn't move at all. After that, they would have a good talk. Get lost. Xiaoping's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He held the hammer with both hands and a huge amount of true chi gushed out of his body. It was as if a violent bear was born. Two huge holes immediately appeared under his feet, making cracking sounds. The first style of the myriad beast's fist, violent ape hammer. He held the hammer with both hands and took a step forward. His true chi condensed into a ball and smashed it forward. It was as if an ancient Mount Tai had descended, suppressing the world and tearing everything apart. Bang! Immediately, the true chi giant hammer smashed down from the sky like a meteor, erupting with terrifying power. This power bombarded the middle-aged man's body just like that. Ah! The middle-aged man didn't expect a small expert in the first heaven of the martial artist realm to be so terrifying. He couldn't dodge in time and was smashed by the true chi giant hammer. Rumble with just one blow, the middle-aged man was smashed and smashed hard on the ground. A huge human-shaped pit appeared, as if he had been smashed by a huge rock weighing hundreds of millions of tons. With a few cracking sounds, the bones in his body were immediately shattered. He coughed up blood and his neck tilted. He immediately died. Bastard, you actually dared to kill Li Hu. You're courting death. There's no need to be polite with him. Let's join forces and kill this bastard. Yes, let's go together and kill him. Seeing their companion die, the group of fierce tiger organization elites were all dumbfounded. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They didn't expect this kid to be so cruel and kill one of them in one move. They couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts at all. More than a dozen of them rushed forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These fierce tiger organization elites were all experts in the martial artist realm. The strongest one was in the third heaven of the martial artist realm. They were extremely fierce and even more terrifying than a tiger. An ordinary expert in the first heaven of the martial artist realm couldn't withstand a single blow from these experts. They would be torn into pieces with one move. They didn't think that this kid could withstand their joint attack. Seeing the actions of these people, Xiaoping was unmoved. He stood on the ground and opened his mouth. The second style of the myriad beast's fist, lion's roar. Boom! At this moment, a violent sound wave gushed out from Xiaoping's body. In the void, it was as if there were hundreds of tigers roaring, shocking the forest and shaking the earth. When this roar came out, the vital energy condensed and the sound wave surged. Immediately, a circle of terrifying sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the air. With Xiaoping as the center, it spread in all directions. Bang! 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 This sound wave attack was extremely terrifying. It penetrated into the lungs. The dozen or so fierce tiger organization elites who attacked in front were immediately attacked by this sound wave before they could even take a step forward. Ah ah ah! These people immediately let out a shrill scream. They couldn't help but cover their ears with their hands, but it was useless. Blood immediately seeped out of their ears, mouth, nostrils, and eyes. Their lungs were severely injured, as if they had been bombarded by hundreds of punches. Their hearts suddenly stopped. The glass surrounding the warehouse immediately shattered with a crashing sound. Even the ground was destroyed by the sound waves, and cracks appeared on it. The entire warehouse seemed to have been blown into two halves at that moment. The walls were shattered, and the warehouse's pillars were on the verge of collapse. With a few bangs, these fierce tiger organization elites were all killed. One by one, they fell to the ground. Their eyeballs were shattered and blood flowed all over the ground. They died extremely miserably. Chapter 211. This is the first batch. Xiaoping looked at the dead elites of the fierce tiger organization without any expression on his face. Since these people wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed. Although he could not deal with experts above the fifth heaven of the martial artist realm with his current strength, it was easy for him to deal with these experts at the fourth heaven of the martial artist realm. Moreover, the range of his mental strength was extremely wide. After advancing to the second heaven of the martial artist realm, the range of his mental strength was within a radius of 300 to 400 meters. It was estimated that only the experts of the sixth heaven of the martial artist realm could compare with it. With the detection of his mental strength, he could fight and escape whenever he wanted. He was not afraid at all. Well, there are enemies coming. Let's retreat first. Xiaoping's eyes flashed. He sensed that there seemed to be enemies rushing over from afar. Their aura was very strong. His figure flashed. With a swoosh, he stepped outside and used the Kunpeng steps. In a few breaths, he left the warehouse. He was so fast that the enemies could not catch up with him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Not long after Xiaoping left, dozens of elites of the Fierce Tiger organization immediately came and surrounded the warehouse. The leader was an expert at the sixth heaven of the martial artist realm. He was a middle-aged man in a black suit. He was also the leader of this operation. How is this possible? Li Hu and the others are all dead. Not a single one is left. After receiving the message from these guys, we rushed over quickly. How could we not make it in time? It has only been a few minutes and all the elites of the Fierce Tiger organization have been killed. How can this kid be so powerful? Isn't he an expert at the first heaven of the martial artist realm? He must have broken through. I remember that he obtained a 9-turn vitality enhancing elixir. It is extremely precious. Coupled with this kid's amazing talent, it is not difficult for him to break through to the second heaven of the martial artist realm in a month. Shameless. He pretended to be a rookie at the first heaven of the martial artist realm. I didn't expect him to play dumb here. He wanted to plot against us and he really succeeded. So many of our brothers died at once. Even our Fierce Tiger organization can't bear such a loss. He must die. That kid must die. Even if I don't get the King Realm's secret manual, I will kill him. Many of the elites of the Feral Tiger organization shouted angrily. They were furious, especially when they saw their comrades being killed by the other party. All of them died with their eyes open, which made them even more furious. The Fierce Tiger organization had always been domineering in Black Moon City. They were the only ones who killed people. When had anyone ever killed them? This was the first time so many of their elites had died like this. Damn it! With a bang, the middle-aged man in the black suit suddenly attacked. He slammed his palm on the ground, instantly creating a huge crater. Gravel flew in all directions, and countless cracks appeared. Damn Huang, I won't let you off, definitely won't let you off. The middle-aged man in the black suit roared into the sky, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, even if you have a powerful background, I will always hunt you down and take your head. Sacrifice to our fallen brothers. I am going to tear that Huang's corpse into 10,000 pieces. He released a world-shaking roar. Tears flowed from his eyes. He was furious to the extreme. It was because among these ferocious tiger elites, one of them was his blood brother, as well as a good friend. Now that they were killed by Huang, how could he accept this? Go immediately. The middle-aged man in the black suit shouted angrily, issue my order, have all the people of the ferocious tiger organization move out and search the entire city. Even children, old men, and women move together. Once you see that Huang, kill without mercy. Activate the human wave tactic, I want him to die without a burial place. Yes. Many ferocious tiger elites shouted angrily. They all moved out. This Huang's actions could be considered to have completely angered them. This was a hatred that would not end until one side was dead. Because of the ferocious tiger organization's anger, Black Moon City also boiled up again, even more chaotic than before. In a gathering place of the Venomous Wolf organization, this was the top floor of a building. 20 to 30 Venomous Wolf organization elites gathered here. They were currently analyzing the information they had obtained, deducing where Xiaoping was. There is news that Huang once appeared in the northwest of Black Moon City and fought with the ferocious tiger organization. In the end, he killed more than 10 of the opponent's martial warrior realm experts, and the ferocious tiger organization suffered heavy losses. It seems that this kid was also hunting the elites of the Blood Hand organization. More than 20 martial warrior realm experts of the first and second martial warrior realm were all killed by him. This time, the Blood Hand organization also suffered a great loss. How ruthless. It is said that this guy may have taken the 9-turn vitality enhancing pill and advanced to the second martial warrior realm. In addition to his talent, it is estimated that his combat strength is comparable to the third martial warrior realm. In other words, the fourth martial warrior realm and below will only be a dead end if they encounter him. Too arrogant. In the face of the 3 major gangs, not only did he not escape, but he actually planned to hunt down our people. Does he want to die? Does he know what he is doing? I have never seen such an arrogant person. He is simply too arrogant. He is only in the second martial warrior realm and he thinks that he can do whatever he wants in Black Moon City. Boss warned us before that we must be careful of that kid's sneak attack. What are you afraid of? He has offended the Blood Hand organization and the Ferocious Tiger organization. Would he dare to offend our Venomous Wolf organization? Even if he is stupid, there should be a limit. That's right. I don't think that bastard would dare to do anything to our Venomous Wolf organization. Who doesn't know that our Venomous Wolf organization is ruthless and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance? He will definitely not dare to do anything to our people. The elites of the Venomous Wolf organization were all talking about it. They were proud and arrogant. They thought that no matter how stupid that kid was, he would know how terrible it was to offend the three major gangs in Black Moon City. Swoosh! Suddenly, a cold light shot out in the dark night. With a bang, a stone instantly penetrated the head of the elite of the Venomous Wolf organization who was just talking. With a bang, his forehead was instantly penetrated. His eyes were wide open, and there was a trace of disbelief and shock in the depths of his pupils. It seemed that he could not believe that he had died just like that. He was just saying that the kid would not dare to do anything to their Venomous Wolf organization. No matter how stupid he was, there should be a limit. But before he could speak, he died. Dozens of meters away, on the roof of a building, a figure appeared. It was Xia Ping. Huang. Seeing the death of their companion and seeing Xia Ping appear in front of them, the group of elites of the Venomous Wolf organization all roared, and smoke began to come out of their noses. You are seeking your own death. How dare you kill the people of our Venomous Wolf organization? Do you know how big a crime this is? Do you know how big a mistake this is? You will definitely pay a heavy price for this mistake, for this crime. Chapter 212. Sin. Although they were dozens of meters away, their voices were still very fresh. Hearing those words, Xia Ping suddenly laughed, very loudly. It's not a sin for you to chase me, but it's a sin for me to kill you. Go to hell and talk to the King of Hell. If I'm really guilty, you can come back and capture me. Capture my ass. The people of the Poisonous Wolves were all half dead with anger. If they really went to hell, how could they come back up? Would they become ghosts and come back to take their lives? What a joke. Let's go and kill this guy. We have the advantage in numbers. What are we afraid of? Kill this guy. Don't let him be arrogant here. How dare he offend the Poisonous Wolves? This guy is simply courting death. Let's fulfill his wish. The elites of the Poisonous Wolves shouted. Although they were dozens of meters away, for them, it was a very short distance. They could easily reach the roof where Xia Ping was. Swoosh! 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 They jumped over one by one. Their feet produced a terrifying force, and the ground cracked. They tried to surround Xia Ping and beat him to death. How stupid! I dare to come here to deal with you. Do you think I don't have some skills? I can kill you as easily as killing a chicken. Xia Ping's eyes were cold, and he looked at the elites of the Poisonous Wolves jumping over. The third style of the 7 arrows art, Rain of Flowers. With a bang, Xia Ping flipped his hand and threw out dozens of stones. The stones were wrapped in tyrannical true qi and fell from the sky like rain, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. Each stone was like a raindrop, falling from the sky at an extremely fast speed, faster than a sniper bullet. They tore through the air and made a sharp sound in the air. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the stones immediately hit the elites of the Poisonous Wolves who had jumped over from afar. They immediately pierced through their chests, creating huge bloody holes. Aw! The elites of the Poisonous Wolves let out miserable screams. They had never thought that the stones would be so terrifying. They contained a terrifying true qi, which was specialized in breaking the true qi of the Poisonous Wolves. One by one, the elites lost their strength in the air and fell from the sky like dumplings. With a bang, their bodies hit the ground and immediately became meat paste. How can he be so strong? The remaining elites of the Poisonous Wolves organization were so scared that they pissed their pants. In just one move, more than half of their experts had been killed by this brat. It was as if he was slaughtering pigs and dogs. This kind of method was too terrifying. Run! If we don't run, we'll die. This kid is too strong. Those who are not above the fifth heaven of the martial artist realm are no match for him. Several people from the Poisonous Wolves shouted and called their companions to run away. This kid's strength was too terrifying. Even if they stayed where they were no match for him at all. If they didn't run away, they would die. Trying to escape? Is it that simple? Xia Ping sneered. He was already prepared for this situation. His left hand instantly smashed out a black stone the size of a watermelon. With a bang, the rock shattered in midair and split into dozens of pieces. Each piece of broken rock was wrapped in tyrannical true chi and shot forward like a missile. In just an instant, the elites of Poison Wolf who were on the top floor were pierced by the rubble before they could even take a step forward. Blood dripped down from their bodies. With a bang, the corpses fell to the ground one by one, splashing dust on the ground. Their eyes were wide open and they died with grievances. The elites of Poison Wolf all died. The plan is almost carried out. Xia Ping saw these elites of Poison Wolf all died in front of him. He touched his chin and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. After this, I guess the Poison Wolf organization will definitely be furious and lose their minds. At that time, I'll kill all these gangsters. This was not enough. He had to make these gangsters feel the heart-wrenching pain before they would stop. Otherwise, he would not be able to take it lying down. By the way, leave some marks here, otherwise these people will not know who killed them. Thinking of this, Xia Ping immediately used a sharp stone and carved a few big words on the ground, Killer, Huang. After doing all this, Xia Ping's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. He ran into the distance. After Xia Ping left for a while, the reinforcements of Poison Wolf finally arrived at this place. When they saw the ground smashed into meat paste, the corpses on the top of the building, and the big words left on the ground, they all went crazy with anger. What a good killer, Huang! He is too arrogant. Not only did he not run away after killing the people of Poison Wolf, he even dared to leave his name. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant killer. This is the first time. He provoked the Fierce Tiger organization, provoked the Blood Hand organization, and now he dares to provoke our Poison Wolf organization. This Huang must want to die. He must want to die. If we don't kill this Huang, where will the dignity of our Poison Wolf organization go? Can our dead brothers rest in peace? This bastard and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Either he dies, or we die. All the members of Poison Wolf organization were stunned. They had never seen such an arrogant killer. He provoked the other two gangsters, and now he even offended them. He even dared to leave his name on the ground. This was clearly a provocation. If they didn't take revenge, what face would the Poison Wolf organization have? In the future, would people still look up to them? Contact the Fierce Tiger organization and the Blood Hand organization immediately. This time, we have to join hands and kill this Huang. Otherwise, our underworld organizations won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. A big boss immediately shouted angrily. He felt unprecedented anger. If it was just to get the boy's treasure before, they wanted to kill him and rob him, but now they wanted to kill that bastard. It was pure hatred, irreconcilable hatred. Yes, boss! Everyone shouted angrily. They had never been so united, but in order to kill this Huang, they began to unite. Their wills were like steel, and they couldn't be shaken at all. The news spread like wildfire. Half an hour later, the Fierce Tiger organization and the Blood Hand organization heard the news. They all sent people to contact the Poison Wolf organization, planning to compromise and cooperate. In order to kill this boy, they planned to join hands. Otherwise, if they continued like this, even if they could really kill this Huang, the three major organizations would suffer heavy losses. Who knew how many elites of the martial artist realm would die? Even the three major underworld organizations of Black Moon City couldn't bear such losses. Chapter 213. And what Xia Ping did was like a hurricane, sweeping through the entire Black Moon City, letting all the warriors in the city know. The news was like boiling water. Big news, the three gangs have abandoned their former enmity and plan to join hands to deal with Huang. Incredible, this is unprecedented. These gangs are like fire and water, how could they join hands? There is no other way, this Huang is simply a demon king, too cruel. It is said that he killed dozens of elites of the Blood Hand, Fierce Tiger and Poisonous Wolf organizations, causing the three gangs to suffer heavy losses. Wasn't it said that they were surrounded? How could so many people be killed? I have to say, this Huang is extremely smart, and has mastered an extremely brilliant hiding technique, so that these gangs can't find his whereabouts. In the end, the kid specially picked the weakest to deal with those experts under the third heaven of the martial artist realm. It can be imagined that the elites of the gangs are no match for him at all, and they were all killed. Indeed, if this continues, the subordinates of the three gangs will all die, even if there are some high-level leaders left, so what? They will all become commanders, and this organization will only exist in name. Therefore, the leaders of the three gangs are furious and decided to join hands. They can't let this kid continue to act so recklessly. To be able to make the three gangs of Black Moon City join hands to deal with him, even if this Huang is dead, his name will be passed down through the ages. It's hard to say, according to his previous performance, this Huang may not die. I think he is dead for sure. The three gangs have such terrifying strength, they are simply the local tyrants of Black Moon City. No matter how strong that Huang is, how can he deal with these three local tyrants? Even if he is a fierce dragon crossing the river, it is impossible. Many people in Black Moon City were discussing, this was the biggest thing that happened in Black Moon City in recent years. The three gangs joined hands to deal with a rookie who had just entered the martial artist realm. This was simply unheard of. One could well imagine just how many people this fella angered, making these three great organizations abandon their past enmity, set aside all differences, everything for the sake of killing this Huang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the Fierce Tiger organization, the Poisonous Wolves organization, and the Blood Hand organization reached an agreement. They split into more than a dozen groups, and each group had a venerable warrior at the fifth heaven or even the sixth heaven. They would definitely not give that brat any opportunity to launch a sneak attack. With these powerhouses suppressing them, they believed that if they encountered that guy again, they would be able to trap that bastard, or even kill him. In fact, the dozen or so squads split up into different directions and set off together. They had to trap that brat in a certain corner, not giving him any chance to escape. The effect of this method was obvious. As expected, the chances of being ambushed were greatly reduced, to the point where there was no chance at all. Haha, this kid is really at his wit's end. Even if he has wings, he won't be able to escape from the joint forces of our three major organizations. Once we have a powerhouse in our team, what can that brat do? If you dare come over, you'll die. Let's split into a dozen teams and surround this kid from all directions. This kid won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Just you wait. Very soon, this bastard will be forced into a corner. He has killed so many of our brothers. Tonight, I want him to die without a burial place. No, killing him like this is too easy on him. We must torture him ruthlessly. I want him to beg for death, and I will even slaughter his entire family. Look, that kid is in front. We finally found that bastard. The elites of the three great organizations were all excited to the extreme. They finally found Huang's figure. That bastard was currently fleeing into the distance, looking like he was at a loss of what to do, panicking as if he didn't care where he was going. Huang! Seeing Xia Ping's appearance, the person in charge of the Fierce Tiger organization, Qinghua Hua, a powerhouse at the sixth heaven of the martial artist realm, roared, "Stop immediately. I can make the decision to leave your corpse intact." With a boom, he punched out. Air billowed like a divine tiger roaring in the forest. This was the terrifying power of the sixth heaven of the martial artist realm after he had opened up 6 acupoints. The fist attacked, stirring up a strong wind. It bombarded over 100 meters away, producing a terrifying power. With a bang, the wall of a building in front of him immediately collapsed. Rubble flew everywhere and a large piece of the wall was smashed into pieces. However, Xia Ping's figure flickered. Using the Kuan Peng step, he was extremely fast and dodged the punch. Huang! The Crown Prince of the Blood Hand Organization, Lu Lai, also shouted excitedly, "Let's see where you can run to. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we will still catch you. We will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. You won't be able to escape." Seeing that the kid was running away like a timid rabbit, he was extremely excited. This guy was so arrogant before. He was simply condescending and did not take the Crown Prince of the Bloody Hand Organization seriously at all. He killed people when he said he wanted to and even slapped his face in front of him. He was unscrupulous. But now, he was fleeing like a stray dog. Seeing such a scene, not to mention how excited Lu Lai was now, he simply wanted to roar to the sky. "Young man, hurry up and stop." Lu Xing, the head of the Poisonous Wolf Organization, said with a sinister smile, "Surrounded by our 3 major organizations, where can you escape to? If you surrender, I can make the decision to spare your life and not hurt you." He was very sinister, trying to persuade Xia Ping to surrender. Once Xia Ping really surrendered, they would have the final say in what to do. It was more reliable to believe that a sow could climb a tree than to believe the words of an underworld figure. Don't go too far. Even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious, do you know? Xia Ping revealed a flustered and exasperated look, a little panicked, but he still used the Kuan Peng step, always maintaining a certain distance from these underworld figures. Not long after, he ran into an abandoned warehouse. "You've gone too far. Kid, you also know what it means to go too far. Heaven has eyes, finally killing this hateful bastard, those brothers who died will also be gratified. Even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious, I'll bite you. Bite me if you have the ability. Just now, you were so arrogant, relying on your strength to do evil everywhere, killing innocent people. You also have this day. If you can escape today, I'll eat shit immediately. Stop struggling, immediately surrender, stretch out your neck, and die is the only ending for you. I asked you to surrender before, but you didn't surrender. You still want to surrender now? It's too late, do you know? No one in the world can tolerate you." The people of the 3 major underworld organizations all surrounded Xia Ping. The entire abandoned warehouse was filled with the elites of the 3 major organizations, each of them looking fierce, revealing a terrible murderous aura. Chapter 214. Whoosh! 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 The entire warehouse was filled with people from the 3 gangs. They were everywhere, surrounding the place so tightly that not even a fly could pass through. At this time, Xia Ping was surrounded by this group of people. This group of gangsters were like hungry wolves, staring at Xia Ping. It seemed like they would immediately pounce on him and tear him to pieces if there was any movement. "You guys are a bit too much." Xia Ping looked at the people around him and said faintly, "Bullying us with numbers, no heroism at all. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one and fight for 300 rounds. One-on-one, my ass." A gangster jumped out and shouted, "We're obviously bullying you with numbers. What's wrong with that? It doesn't matter how many people come out to deal with a shameless bastard like you." That's right, that's right. You want to fight us one-on-one? Dream on. After killing so many of our people, who the hell would talk about justice with you? Don't be stupid. This is reality, not some TV show. Wake up. If you want to fight one-on-one, it's fine. You can fight us one-on-one. If you have the guts, come up. We promise not to kill you. Many gangsters were proud and comfortable. They finally caught this damned bastard. Thinking of what happened before, they simply wanted to strangle this guy to death. If it wasn't for this kid jumping up and down and stirring up trouble, how could they lose so many people and so many elites? These elites couldn't be bought back even if you had money. Huang, to think that this day would come for you. The crown prince of Blood Hand, Lu Lai, sighed and said, "You were so arrogant before, treating our blood hand as fake, not putting us in your eyes at all. You even killed our people. Now, you are like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Let's see how you can be arrogant now. Kneel for me immediately." He felt extremely comfortable as he stared at Xiaoping fiercely. He wanted to humiliate this brat before he died, and completely trample on this brat's dignity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. "Yes, get down immediately. Crawl over like a dog, I'll throw you a bone. A trash like you dares to be so arrogant in Black Moon City? Who do you think you are?" A group of people from the underworld clamored. They were extremely domineering as they looked at Xiaoping with contempt. The way they looked at Xiaoping was like looking at a dog that was tied up with a rope at home. They could beat and scold him at will. The members of the ferocious tiger and poisonous wolves also sneered. Many of their men had been killed by this brat and they had suffered heavy losses. This humiliation was just the interest. They had wasted so much of their manpower and resources, and lost so many elites. How could a few rounds of torture make up for it? If they didn't torture this guy to the point where he didn't look like a human, they wouldn't let this matter rest. A bunch of idiots. Xiaoping stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the group of people indifferently. "Do you think you can defeat me just like that? What a joke. Trash like you don't even have the qualifications to harm a single finger of mine." With a bang, he instantly took out a white fruit from his body. There were circles of strange patterns on it. This was the cloud mist fruit he had exchanged from the system. It was worth 1,000 hatred points. And this fruit was a rare fruit of heaven and earth. Once it was smashed on the ground, the power of the fruit would explode. White clouds and mist would surge out, and in an instant, it would cover a radius of 3 kilometers. Staying in this cloud and mist, it was impossible to see anything clearly. Moreover, it had the effect of interfering with spiritual power, making people feel as if they were in a maze, unable to find any way out. Boom! Before these people could react, Xiaoping immediately smashed the fruit on the ground. Immediately, a cloud of white mist surged out. With the abandoned warehouse as the center, a radius of 3 kilometers was wrapped in white mist. Damn it, what the hell happened? Where did this white mist come from? Where is that bastard? Where is that bastard? Why can't I see anything? Damn it, catch him immediately. Don't let him escape. It's useless. My spiritual power can't sense anything at all. It's disturbed by this white mist. Be careful, that bastard may sneak attack. Don't be careless. Shameless Huang, he actually used such a despicable method. If you have the guts, come and fight me one-on-one. Let's fight for 300 rounds. Suddenly, the elites of the 3 major gangs panicked. They found that they couldn't see anything in this place. They were surrounded by white clouds and mist, and they couldn't even see the people around them. In this situation, it was as if their eyes had been blinded and they couldn't see anything. And what was even more terrifying was that there was a tyrannical enemy around them. They didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of being sneak attacked by Xiaoping and dying a violent death. How could they have imagined that such a situation would happen? They couldn't imagine that there was such a rare fruit of heaven and earth in the world. It was too illegal and impossible to guard against. Lu Lai was also angry and anxious. He was so angry that he had surrounded this bastard. There should be nowhere to escape, but how could such an accident happen? Could it be that this bastard was a cockroach with a tenacious vitality that couldn't be killed? Whoosh! At this time, Xiaoping stepped out of the Kunpeng step and rushed towards the outside of the white mist. In just 3 minutes, he was 3 kilometers away from the abandoned warehouse and out of the white mist. The reason why he was able to get rid of the interference of the white mist was that Xia Ping spent 500 hatred points to exchange for a treasure that could fight against the cloud mist fruit and see through the mist. However, this cloud mist fruit also has a time limit. It can only exist for more than 3 minutes. Once the time is over, the white mist will disappear automatically. After all, it is also something worth 1,000 hatred points, and the effect can be more than 3 minutes. And Xia Ping just wants to use this fruit to trap these underworld figures together and buy him time to escape. Goodbye. Xia Ping took out a remote control from his body. This is a remote control time bomb, also obtained from the Black Bear Company. Before, he had buried a large number of explosives in the abandoned warehouse, and now it was just the right time to detonate it. With a snap, he pressed the button without hesitation. Rumble suddenly, the explosives buried on the ground of the warehouse immediately exploded, which was equivalent to the power of thousands of tons of explosives exploding at the same time, causing a huge shock within a radius of 10 kilometers. With the abandoned warehouse as the center, it immediately erupted, producing a huge black mushroom cloud, dispersing the white clouds, and the entire warehouse was blown up at this moment, turning into ashes. Chapter 2:15. What a beautiful firework! Looking at the warehouse 3 kilometers away, a huge black mushroom cloud rose and layers of heat waves rolled over. Xia Ping felt refreshed all over. He had finally eliminated this group of gangsters. He had been besieged by this group of gangsters for more than a month. His life was always in danger and he could hardly leave. He had also endured for a long time. Now, he finally broke out and set up layers of traps to eliminate this group of enemies. Even if these underworld figures were tyrannical, under the power of such an explosion, only death awaited them. It did not mean that martial warrior realm experts were invincible. In front of such a powerful bomb, they were also extremely fragile. If one wanted to resist the power of the bomb, he had to at least advance to the martial master realm. People of that level could really sweep away thousands of troops. They were not afraid of the power of the bomb and could become the existence of an army general. There are still people who are not dead? Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He saw 2 or 3 figures flying out from the center of the explosion in the distance. However, these figures were scorched black and on fire, emitting a terrible evil aura. With a swoosh, he moved closer to take a look. These 3 people were Lu Lai, the prince of the Bloodhand organization, Lu Xing, a senior member of the Poisonous Wolf organization, and Chen Guohua, a senior member of the Fierce Tiger organization. These 3 people had actually survived the violent explosion and were not dead. Lu Lai is actually alive. Xia Ping was very surprised. He did not find it strange that people like Lu Xing and Chen Guohua could survive. After all, they were experts in the 6th heaven of the martial warrior realm. It was normal for them to have some trump cards. However, Lu Lai was only an expert in the 2nd heaven of the martial warrior realm. How could he survive? The clothes on his body, it can't be, it's actually power armor? Xia Ping was taken aback. He clearly saw that Lu Lai was wearing a black armor. And in the middle of this armor, there was a nuclear power battery emitting a faint blue light, shining in the dark night. His whole body was surrounded by a layer of energy shield. It was because of this energy shield that a large amount of the power of the explosion was blocked, allowing Lu Lai to survive. A rich man. Xia Ping could not help but sigh. This power armor was a military item, a military weapon that was prohibited from being sold. Only the army could use it. It was illegal for others to use it. Of course, this group of people were all gangsters, so smuggling and selling weapons was a common occurrence. But even so, such a power armor was worth 1.5 billion federal coins. After wearing it, it could withstand the power of an intense explosion. Even a powerhouse at the 9th layer of the martial disciple realm could not kill it. One could imagine how precious this power armor was. However, after such an intense explosion, the power armor's energy had been depleted. If there was another explosion like the one just now, Lu Lai would probably be dead. Lu Xing and Chen Guohua were the same. They were wearing protective clothing, which was a bulletproof vest that could withstand laser guns. Its defensive power was extremely amazing. It was precisely because of this protective suit that they were able to preserve their lives. But now, they were in tatters, and even one of their arms had been blown off. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their bodies. Their heads were like weeds, and their faces were pitch black like charcoal. They looked like African refugees, and they looked extremely miserable. Huang! Seeing Xia Ping appear, Lu Lai, Lu Xing, and Chen Guohua almost went mad with rage. Their eyes revealed terrifying anger. If looks could kill, Xia Ping would have died 1,000 times. Originally, they had the advantage and could kill Xia Ping like killing pigs and dogs. But who would have thought that this kid was so despicable and shameless that he actually laid a bomb in the warehouse and killed all their people in an instant? More than half of the elites of the 3 major organizations were lost. This was an unprecedented loss, and this was a heart-wrenching pain. It was not their fault that they did not think of this trap. Xia Ping was really too treacherous. Who would have thought that there was a bomb in the place where this guy stayed? After all, once the bomb detonated, this kid might also be killed. They also did not believe that with this kid's peerless talent, he had the potential to advance to the king realm. Why would he want to die together with them? This was unreasonable. But how could they imagine that there was such a strange thing as the cloud mist fruit in the world? They were suddenly surrounded, and even if they wanted to escape, they could not find a way out. A few minutes later, the bomb detonated, and all their people were buried inside. Fortunately, they usually had a sense of crisis and always wore protective clothing to protect their bodies. Otherwise, they would definitely go to hell with their subordinates. I'm going to kill you. Huang, give me your life. Lu Xing and Chen Guohua both shouted angrily. They could no longer suppress the anger in their hearts. The two of them pounced forward like fierce tigers, tearing through the air with unparalleled ferocity. They used a killing move as soon as they attacked, showing no mercy. Idiot, you want to kill me with your current strength? Xia Ping's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. If it was Lu Xing and Chen Guohua at their peak, he might be a little afraid. But after the bomb bombardment, the two of them had lost an arm, and their lungs were seriously injured. Their strength had been reduced by 70% to 80%, and they had long fallen to the third heaven of the martial artist realm. They could not be compared to before. But the two of them were mad and lost their minds. They did not realize the gap in strength between them. Myriad Beast's Fist's third move, Bear-Splitting Palm. Boom! Xia Ping suddenly attacked. His whole body was like an ancient black bear, and the momentum of his body suddenly rose. The ground was shaken by the terrifying force into cracks, and a deep pit appeared under his feet. With a slap, genuine chi filled the air, and a huge bear's paw appeared in midair, covering the sky and covering the surroundings, and a terrible pressure filled a radius of hundreds of meters. Bang bang! Lu Xing and Chen Guohua were suddenly slapped by this huge bear's paw. Their whole bodies were swatted away like flies, and they coughed up blood. Their internal organs were beaten into meat sauce. Ah ah ah! They screamed and were horrified. They did not expect that they would be so vulnerable. The strength of this young man was more terrible than they had imagined. Go to hell! Xia Ping did not show any mercy. Another slap in the air, like a giant bear descending from the sky. With a bang, the bear's paw slapped on the heads of the two people. With a few cracking sounds, their heads were smashed like watermelons, split into pieces, and turned into a mass of meat sauce. Lu Xing and Chen Guohua were dead. This. Seeing this scene, Lu Lai, who was originally furious to the extreme, was stunned. Two experts in the sixth heaven of the martial artist realm were actually killed in front of him. Even if their strength was greatly reduced, it was still an extremely shocking thing. Because he suddenly thought that he was no match for this guy at all. If he continued to stay here, he would be killed by this guy with one slap. Run! Chapter 216. Boom! The moment he was escaping, Lu Lai immediately pressed the button of the mobile armor. His body immediately spurted out a strong stream of air, producing a terrifying propulsion force. With a swoosh, his whole body flew out like a rocket, rushing into the sky at an extremely fast speed. This mobile armor not only had powerful defensive abilities, but it also had the ability to escape. If it did not have such a complete set of abilities, it would not have been so expensive. In order to save his own life, Lu Lai had paid a huge price. Want to run? Is it that easy? Xia Ping immediately chased after him, using the Kunpeng steps. His speed was extremely fast, his true qi tearing through the air. With one step, he was already 100 meters away. Using the Kunpeng steps with all his strength, his speed was not any slower than Lu Lai's escaping speed. Damn it! Hurry up! Hurry up! Lu Lai's face was extremely anxious. He ran towards the depths of Black Moon City, leaping and jumping, trying to get away from Xia Ping. But Xia Ping chased him relentlessly. His whole body was like a rock, controlling the airflow and gliding over, not giving up. Damn it, if it was not because of the explosion just now, which caused this mobile armor to lose more than half of its energy, I would have been able to fly several kilometers away in an instant. How could you have caught up to me? Lu Lai gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce. Don't let me escape, or you are dead for sure. I will definitely ask my father to personally come and cut off your head. His body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Die! Xia Ping punched the air, like the roar of a bear, towards Lu Lai's body. Ah! Lu Lai could not dodge in time, taking the punch head-on. His whole body was sent flying. Even with the protection of the mobile armor, he was still shaken to the point of almost coughing out blood. But he did not dare to stop, and instead used the impact to escape into the distance. Right, there is a nightclub of my Blood Hand organization in front. There are many elites of my organization there, they can definitely stop this bastard. Lu Lai suddenly thought of something, and immediately jumped towards the building in front of him. He did not care whether those elites were Huang's opponent or not. Even if they were not, it did not matter. As long as they could help him stop that kid for a while, he would be able to escape. After a few breaths, he finally arrived at a bustling street. In front of him was a 5 or 6 floor tall nightclub. It was dazzling, and there were many customers around. It was very lively. Child Lu. There were more than 10 security guards of Blood Hand in front of the nightclub. They immediately recognized Lu Lai, who was running towards them, and immediately greeted him. Someone is chasing me. Kill him immediately. Shoot him. Seeing this, Lu Lai was overjoyed and shouted with all his might. What? The dozens of security guards in front of the nightclub were shocked. There was actually someone who dared to chase after the crown prince of the Blood Hand organization? Was he courting death? He was too arrogant. However, when they saw Xia Ping chasing them from behind, they instinctively took out their laser guns and fired wildly at Xia Ping. Bang bang bang! Instantly, countless laser beams shot over, forming a barrage of death, covering Xia Ping's body. Once hit, his entire body would be pierced through, turning into a beehive. Kunpeng step. Xia Ping had long since noticed the movements of these gunmen. His figure flickered, and countless figures appeared on the ground. They walked in strange footsteps, approaching quickly from afar. Those lasers suddenly fell into the air. None of the lasers hit Xia Ping. They all bombarded the ground, creating a huge pit, gravel splashing, and smoke rising. Come out, all the people inside, come out, kill him, shoot him. Lu Lai roared at the nightclub and ordered the elites of the Blood Hand organization to come out. Whiz whiz whiz. Immediately, more than a dozen people ran out of the nightclub, each with a laser gun, pointing the black muzzle at Xia Ping and shooting wildly. What? In an instant, dozens of lasers shot over, covering the surrounding space, making it impossible for people to escape. Xia Ping's figure jumped into the air like a rock. Bang! Although he avoided most of the attacks, there were still a few lasers that hit Xia Ping's body and collided fiercely with his Dark North body protection technique. Boom! Xia Ping was hit by a few lasers and flew out upside down. A trace of blood could not help but seep out of the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, his Dark North body protection technique was extremely powerful, and his body protection innate chi was strong. Otherwise, his body would have been pierced by a few lasers. Yes, that's it, shoot and kill him, kill him. Seeing Xia Ping injured and retreating, Lu Lai was overjoyed and issued orders to kill Xia Ping. You are courting death. Xia Ping was angry, his body exuded a terrifying aura. These gunmen actually dared to stop him. This is the road to death. Roar, the second style of myriad beast fist, lion roar. A roar came out, like the roar of a lion king. The mountain forest shook, producing a terrifying sound wave to the extreme, and the sound wave visible to the naked eye swept across, like ripples in the water. Bang bang bang. The security guards of the Blood Hand organization standing in front of the nightclub all screamed and were hit by these sound waves. The whole person was sluggish and stood stupidly in the same place, bleeding from the 7 orifices, and the lungs were seriously injured. There were terrifying cracks on the ground, as if someone had swept it with a bulldozer. Even the entire nightclub building had more than a dozen terrifying cracks, as if it was going to collapse. A bunch of waste. Seeing that the gunmen were killed by a roar, Lu Lai was shocked and angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the strength of these gunmen was not strong, they were only martial disciples. Even if the power of laser guns could injure martial disciples, their bodies were not strong, and they were killed by a shock from a distance. There was no way they could resist. Sometimes, the power of a weapon was not omnipotent. Lu Lai, let's see who can stop me from killing you. Xia Ping's body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Facing such an enemy who was like a jackal and wolf, he wanted to get rid of him quickly. If he continued to let such a ruthless person live, he would probably not be able to eat and sleep in peace. If this guy found out his true identity, it might be another loss, and it might even implicate his family. Snipers, shoot me immediately. Lu Lai roared. In this stronghold of the Blood Hand organization, not only were there powerful gunmen, but there were also security guards like snipers. They hid in the distant tall buildings, always paying attention to the nightclub's safety, and if anything happened, they would immediately attack and kill the enemy. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 air-piercing sounds came from high up in the sky, tearing through the air like cannonballs, bombarding towards Xia Ping's body with a terrifying threat. Chapter 217. What? Xia Ping's spirit power spread out and sensed the situation of the surrounding air. He also felt a strong sense of danger. Without thinking, he immediately retreated tens of meters. Bang bang bang. Sniper bullets flew over and bombarded the ground, creating terrifying craters. The ground trembled, and dozens of terrifying cracks appeared on it. Once this kind of sniper bullet hit the body, even an elephant would be torn in half. There are 3 snipers. Xia Ping immediately sensed that there was a sniper on the top floor of a tall building in the distance. There was a terrifying killing intent coming from above, staring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And those 3 snipers were all sharpshooters with 100 shots. Once they found their target, unless they killed the enemy, they would definitely not hold back. In just a breath's time, another 5 or 6 sniper bullets shot over like cannonballs. Xia Ping dodged again and again, but he could not get close to Lu Lai and could only retreat. Yes, that's right. Seeing this, Lu Lai was immediately overjoyed. He continued to run into the distance, leaving the nightclub. With these snipers blocking desolate, he would be able to escape. When he returned to the headquarters of the Blood Hand organization, he would be completely safe. No matter how strong this brat was, he would not dare to make a move in the headquarters unless he wanted to die. You think I can't kill you guys on the top of a tall building? Seeing that Lu Lai was planning to escape, but there were still 3 snipers blocking him, Xia Ping's heart surged with anger, emitting a monstrous killing intent. With a bang, he punched the wall beside him, immediately creating a big hole. Rubble rolled down, revealing the reinforced concrete inside. Xia Ping casually grabbed, and with a cracking sound, he immediately twisted and broke a 70 to 80 centimeters long reinforced concrete bar. He grabbed this 1 centimeter diameter reinforced concrete bar with his right hand and tightly gripped it. Immediately, he left 5 fingerprints on the reinforced concrete bar and seeped into it. His body slightly bent down, his spine stretched like a giant dragon. All the muscles in his body tightened, every bone was trembling, creaking, and a terrifying power was transmitted. This tyrannical power continuously extended from the soles of his feet, his spine, his arms, and finally to his 5 fingers, producing an extremely terrifying power. His entire person was like a god from the ancient times. Xiao! At this moment, Xia Ping hurled the steel bar out. It tore through the air like Hou-Yi shooting the sun, producing a terrifying might. Qi waves surged, and an ear-piercing sound could be heard. No, no, no. The sniper on the top floor of a building in the east was originally staring at Xia Ping in satisfaction, shooting at him casually. He was extremely safe, and his heart was extremely calm. But in the next second, a terrifying steel bar flew over from the ground. It reached the sound barrier and tore through the air. His pupils dilated in fear. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Just as the thought came to his mind, the steel bar was thrown at him. Bang! With just one strike, the steel bar pierced through his head, causing a large amount of blood to burst out. At the same time, the terrifying impact threw his entire body dozens of meters away. With a bang, his entire body was sent flying backward along with the steel bar. Finally, he was ruthlessly nailed to the wall of the opposite building. Just like that, the sniper was nailed to the wall. His body hung in mid-air, the steel bar pierced through his skull, and blood dripped down. Even the walls of the building had 2 or 3 cracks that extended for dozens of meters. This. The surrounding people were scared to the point of peeing their pants, trembling all over. How could they have expected this young man to be so ferocious? He could still accurately throw a steel bar across a building that was hundreds of stories high. With just one move, the sniper was killed, and his head was blown up. Damn it, run! The other 2 snipers could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Even though they were separated by hundreds of stories, they still did not feel safe. Xiao! But at this moment, Xia Ping attacked again. At the same time, 2 steel bars flew out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 steel bars crossed hundreds of meters and arrived in front of the snipers. No! The 2 snipers screamed in pain. They wanted to give up their sniper rifles and escape, but before they could take 2 steps out of the place, 2 steel bars pierced through their heads in an instant, revealing a bloody hole. They were easily killed. They couldn't even escape. Damn it, trash, all of you are trash. Seeing the snipers killed, Lu Lai, who was running away, was scared to the point of peeing his pants. He did not dare to stop at this place at all. But at this moment, another steel bar was thrown, whistling like an ancient flood dragon. It was surrounded by terrible true qi. With a bang, it immediately pierced through Lu Lai's left leg, directly nailing him to the nearby wall. Ah! Lu Lai let out a shrill scream. As the prince of the Blood Hand organization, he had lived a luxurious life since he was a child. He had never suffered such intense pain, so it was not impossible for him to faint now. But he still did not faint, because he knew that once he fainted here, he would really die. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xia Ping arrived in front of Lu Lai, looking down at him. Spare me this time. Lu Lai cried bitterly, wanting to beg for mercy. My father is the leader of the Blood Hand organization, his net worth is over 10 billion, and he has countless treasures. As long as you spare me this time, I am willing to pay any price. Believe me, my family is very rich, really very rich. And your cultivation also requires a lot of resources. Don't you want the wealth of the Blood Hand organization? Don't you want to obtain a lot of wealth? If you spare me, all of this wealth is yours, all of it is yours. He hoped that Xia Ping would spare his life. Oh, I know. Xia Ping suddenly made a move. He descended from the sky and slapped with his palm. True Qi surged, like the roar of a bear, and with a bang, it fiercely bombarded Lu Lai's head. With a crack, the top of Lu Lai's head immediately exploded, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His eyes were wide open, and tears of blood flowed out, as if he could not believe that he was killed just like that. Moreover, this bastard did not even listen to a word of explanation, and killed him with one move. Before dying, he could not believe that in the face of such a shocking wealth, this kid was not moved at all, and did not have the slightest intention of listening to him. If Xia Ping had hesitated even a little bit, he could have activated the power armor and performed a sure kill move, but Xia Ping did not give him such a chance. Chapter 218. Wealth? Looking at Lu Lai's dead body, Xia Ping couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. What was a mere 10 billion from the Blood Hand organization? That was money that couldn't see the light of day. Even if he took it, it would be a waste. Just based on the money he earned from writing novels, he could earn more than 1 billion federal coins every year. Not to mention, once he entered the giant company, his martial arts cultivation would rise steadily. In the future, the money he would earn from hunting monsters would be more than this amount. Trying to tempt him with this amount of money was too naive. Let's go, the trial ends here. Xia Ping looked at the dead Lu Lai indifferently and turned to leave. After destroying most of the elites of the 3 major gangs, no one could stop him from leaving. Whoosh! His figure flickered and he walked toward the airport of Black Moon City, quickly disappearing from where he was. During the time Xia Ping left, the fact that he personally killed Lu Lai in public and set a trap to bury most of the elites of the 3 major gangs was also exposed. Hearing this, the entire Black Moon City was in an uproar. Demon King, this Huang is definitely a Demon King in human form. He's too ruthless. He actually buried all the elites of the 3 major gangs together. I don't know how many people he killed. I reckon that the 3 major gangs have suffered almost irrecoverable damage this time. How can they recover? That's a martial warrior realm expert, not some cabbage that can be found anywhere. How could they possibly recruit him casually? It's simply cruel to the extreme. It's said that Lu Lai, the crown prince of the Blood Hand organization, barely escaped with his life in the explosion, but he was also personally chased by Huang for 9 streets and then killed in public. His head was blown up and he died a miserable death. He really is ruthless. Who would have thought that he would do such a thing? This time, the 3 major gangs must be furious. So what if they're furious? They were also angry before, but was there any use? A group of elites were killed, not a single one survived. Even the crown prince of the Blood Hand organization had his head blown up. This is a shock. After enduring for more than a month, everyone thought that he was helpless and could only be a turtle hiding in its shell. But tonight, he suddenly erupted and committed such a shocking murder, killing the elites of the underworld. This matter is really too shocking. As expected of a monster who passed the nightmare-level trial. He can't be taken lightly. Now that this kid has escaped, it's like a dragon returning to the sea. No one can stop him anymore. The crowd discussed animatedly. They were all completely shocked by this matter. No one would have thought that a single person would cause the 3 great gangs of Black Moon City to be so miserable. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they even lost their elites. The leader of Blood Hand was even more miserable. Even his son was killed in front of everyone. Indeed, the Blood Hand organization's interior was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Many of the elders gathered together, not even daring to breathe loudly, for fear of angering their leader, Lu Gang, who was sitting in the chair in front of them. Because of this operation, not only did the Blood Hand organization lose more than half of their elites, even the leader's son was sacrificed. One could imagine how furious Lu Gang was right now. Huang! With a bang, Lu Gang slammed his palm on the wooden table in front of him, immediately turning it into dust. He roared towards the sky, incomparably furious. Not only did he kill many of my Blood Hand Organization's elites, he even killed my son Lu Lai. Does he want to die? Does he want to die? I will tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces. He shouted himself hoarse, his anger reaching its peak. The sound waves surged, shattering the glass in the room, and even terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Kacha kacha sounds rang out. Notify the entire Blood Hand Organization. Lu Gang shouted angrily, mobilize every member, immediately set out to find that Huang's whereabouts, find out that Huang's true identity. I want to know where he came from, where he went. I want to know his family background. I want to know where he was born, where he went to school, where he worked, and who exactly is behind him. As long as I find the slightest clue he leaked out, even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will take his life. Even his family will be buried with him. A terrifying killing intent seeped out from his body, making people shiver in fear. Lu Lai was his only son, and could be said to be the future successor of his Blood Hand Organization. But now, he was killed by that Huang. His lungs were about to explode from anger. If he did not capture that Huang, he would not be able to vent his anger, the hatred in his heart. Yes, boss. The group of Blood Hand Organization elders shouted, all of them filled with righteous indignation. Because this time, it was not only the boss' son who died, but also many of the Blood Hand Organization's elites. These elites all had a great relationship with them. Some were friends, some were relatives. They remembered this grudge, and would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Once they found any clues, they would immediately pounce on that Huang like hungry wolves. It was not only the Blood Hand Organization. There was also the Fierce Tiger Organization, the Poison Wolf Organization, and even the Black Bear Company. These three great underworld organizations all issued their own orders. Issue a comprehensive warrant for the great evil Huang. If anyone can kill Huang, immediately reward 1 billion federal coins and 10 bottles of Qi concentration pills. If anyone can provide effective clues about Huang, reward 100 million federal coins. If Huang dares take another step into Black Moon City, kill without mercy. This order will be effective for life. The Blood Hand Organization, the Fierce Tiger Organization, the Poison Wolf Organization, and the Black Bear Company have jointly declared that they will not rest until Huang is dead. A series of orders were issued, shaking the entire Black Moon City. No one thought that the four great gangs of Black Moon City would be so decisive. They launched a bounty and issued a comprehensive warrant for Huang. Obviously, the Black Bear Company had also investigated the sudden death of all their elites. All the evidence pointed to Huang. The death of their company's elites was done by this guy. So their company was furious, and all of them vowed to catch Huang and tear him to pieces. At this time, Xia Ping also arrived at Black Moon City Airport. Dididi, a mechanical voice came from the system. Congratulations to the host, you have aroused the hatred of a large number of humans. Many people will not rest until the host is dead. This time, you have received a total of 235,763 hatred points. More than 200,000 hatred points. Hearing this, Xia Ping suddenly smiled. With so many hatred points, he can exchange for more rare treasures in the system and constantly enhance his martial arts cultivation base. As for the so-called hatred of the three great gangs, or even wanted, when he was promoted to the Martial Master Realm, the Grandmaster Realm, or even the King Realm, it was nothing more than a joke. At that time, these big gangs would probably wish that such a thing had never happened. Chapter 219. At this time, in the Black Moon City Airport, inside the Black Spaceship. Congratulations on passing the Giant Company's trial and officially becoming a member of the Giant Company. Gu Peng looked at Xia Ping with gratification. Although Xia Ping's return was slightly over time, the time limit was only 1 month. However, the time limit was merely 1 month's time to clear the hard mode trial. Xia Ping had cleared it in just a few days. Naturally, he was considered to have passed. The time limit did not count. He could come back any time from the Black Moon Tower. He had already informed Xiaoping about this, so he did not need to worry. However, this kid was a monster who had passed the nightmare trial. Even if he really exceeded the time limit, it was nothing. He could completely make the giant company violate the rules. After all, rules were made by people. In reality, even if the giant company did not recruit Xiaoping, the Aurora Company and the Life Company, the two major organizations, would probably frantically throw out an olive branch. They were not so stupid to let a genius leave. However, I did not think that you could really escape from the encirclement of these people. I originally thought that I would have to do it myself. Gu Peng sighed. His eyes were incomparably complicated as he looked at Xiaoping, who came to his side safely. Before this, he could not imagine that this kid could actually do such a thing. He was clearly just a rookie in the first sky of the warrior realm. No, he had already advanced to the second sky of the warrior realm. But even so, facing the pursuit of the four major gangs of Black Moon City, there was no way he could survive. To be able to return here in such a sorry state with heavy injuries was already considered strong. However, this kid was not injured at all. He even caused heavy damage to the four major gangs, killing countless elites of the underworld and causing them heavy losses. Even the Crown Prince of the Blood Hand organization was killed by him. This kind of achievement was really too exaggerated. Originally, he thought that he would have to personally make a move and slightly break the rules of the giant company. But now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. Those underworld people could not do anything to him. I passed just like that. Xiaoping blinked his eyes. Gu Peng nodded. Yes, you passed. From this moment on, you are an official member of the giant company. Oh right, there is also a document. Sign it. With a beep, he sent a document to Xiaoping's phone. What is this? Xiaoping looked at the document. This is the reward. Gu Peng smiled. A villa in the Jiangnan area of Tianshui City and 100 million federal coins. Of course, this reward is nothing to you, but it is a small gift from the giant company. Jiangnan Villa. Hearing this sentence, Xiaoping was shocked. The Jiangnan district could be said to be the most luxurious villa area in the entire Tianshui City, and the people living in it were either rich or noble. Moreover, the security measures were complete. It was estimated that even a Master Realm expert would not be able to break in. It was very safe. A house in such a villa area was simply priceless. It was not something that could be bought with money. One also needed to be qualified to buy it. This was a limited edition house. Just this villa alone was worth at least 1 billion federal coins. If his parents lived in this villa in Jiangnan district, he wouldn't need to worry about his parents' safety. As for the reward of 100 million federal coins, it was just a bonus. Thinking of this, Xiaoping immediately signed the contract. All right. Gu Peng was very satisfied and said, oh right, there's also a black card here. This is the official employee card of the giant company. Your DNA identification, fingerprint identification, etc. are all on it. It can be used as a bank card or credit card. You can use this card to spend money around the world. Other than the giant company, no one will be able to trace your whereabouts through this card. Your security level is above SSS. For this level of security, other than the president of the Federation, no one has the qualifications to check it. Moreover, this card can also be used to log into our giant company's internal network. Through this internal network, you will be able to purchase all sorts of precious treasures in the world. He stretched out his hand and placed a black card in Xiaoping's hand. Giant company's internal network? Xiaoping blinked his eyes, feeling very curious. This black card had intricate patterns engraved on it. The word giant was written on it, and it seemed incomparably mysterious. Gu Peng smiled. As for this, as long as you log into the giant company's main page and find the address of the internal network, then scan this black card on the network, you will be able to log in automatically. I wonder how many martial artists want to enter the giant company's internal network because they can purchase all sorts of precious treasures there. Treasures that can't be found in the outside world, heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures that can't be bought even if you have money. If you are interested, you can slowly search for it later. His tone was filled with emotions as he looked at Xia Ping with admiration. All right. Xia Ping nodded. Gu Peng solemnly looked at Xia Ping. Since you have joined the giant company, there is something I can tell you. Don't think that just because you entered the giant company, you can be at ease. Within the giant company, there are many competitions. Among them, there are disputes involving the strongest families on the planet. The benefits involved are incomparably complicated, and the water is very deep. If you are not careful, you will be crushed into pieces. After entering the giant company, the top families of Yanhuang planet will try to rope you in. The federal government will try to rope you in, and other martial arts organizations will also try to rope you in. You will face all sorts of temptations. Money, beauties, treasures, and so on. However, you have to remember one thing. For a martial artist, the most important thing is strength. Without strength, you are nothing but a fart, and no one will look up to you. So, there is only one thing you have to do now: get into Yanhuang University, obtain more training resources, become stronger, and step on other geniuses. His expression was solemn as he looked at Xia Ping seriously. I understand. Xia Ping nodded. Of course, he knew that entering the giant company was just the beginning, not the end. Everything else was fake. Only martial arts cultivation was real. He thought about how powerful the Black Moon King was. With a single order, even the federal government couldn't touch Black Moon City. This was the power of the King realm. No family, no official, no boss of the underworld could compare to such a strong person. This was the true power that could change the world and make thousands bow. It's good that you know. You must be tired after more than a month. Go and rest. Gu Peng waved his hand. Xia Ping nodded and immediately walked to the lounge of the spaceship next to him. He had been tense for more than a month at the Black Moon Tower, and he was indeed a little tired. Seeing Xia Ping leave, Gu Peng immediately picked up the communicator and said, Master, Xia Ping has passed the trial and officially joined the giant company. He is indeed a seed with potential and has the ability to advance to the King realm. Very good. Continue to train him. In a practice room in the distance, Elder Fong was wearing a white practice suit. He looked at the information sent by his disciple and was very satisfied. Immediately pass down the order. Let the Tianshui City branch send experts of the Supreme Power Realm to watch Xia Ping's family 24 hours a day. Ensure the safety of Xia Ping's family. No accidents can happen. No one can touch the people of the giant company. His eyes were cold, and he emitted a terrifying aura. Even the space seemed to be twisted, and the whole room was shaking. Yes, Master. Even through the communicator, Gu Peng could feel this terrifying aura. It was as if it was transmitted from thousands of miles away. This kind of pressure was condensed, and it brought great pressure to people. But he was also very emotional. They actually sent a grandmaster to watch Xia Ping's family 24 hours a day. This was treatment only elite seeds had. This meant that Xia Ping had already been trained by the giant company as a future King realm cultivator. Otherwise, they wouldn't have paid such a high price. Chapter 220. Swoosh! In the sky, a black flying ship was flying towards Tianshui City. At this moment, in the resting room of the flying ship, Xia Ping opened a web page and a holographic projection appeared in front of him. He then clicked on the internal member and a page popped up. A robotic voice rang out, log into the giant company's internal network requires the owner to have a black card and verify identity. Requires the owner to have a black card and verify identity? That's quite tight. Xia Ping nodded. He took out his black card and placed it on the page. A light scanned him from head to toe. Very quickly, a voice rang out, pupil verification, black card verification, fingerprint verification, confirmed to be the owner. Internal network access permission, official employee. Beep. Another page popped up. On it, all sorts of items were listed. There were a large number of martial arts manuals, such as fist techniques, movement techniques, internal techniques, sword techniques, etc. Such a page was like an online shopping mall. All sorts of items could be found. Amazing, every one of them is a secret. There are even king-level manuals. Xia Ping exclaimed. As expected of the giant company, top-notch cultivation techniques that were hard to find in the outside world could be found everywhere. However, the price of every manual was very expensive. Ordinary Grandmaster-level manuals would cost over 100 million, Grandmaster-level manuals would cost a few billion, and King-level manuals would cost over 10 billion. Also, it wasn't something you could buy just because you wanted to. Some of the more valuable manuals required authority. For example, when Xia Ping first joined the giant company, he was only an official employee. After that, he was an elite employee, then a supervisor, then a high-level leader, etc. Every level had a corresponding authority. If one wanted to buy the items listed, not only did they need money, they also needed authority. However, I don't need these manuals for now. I have the Pure Yang Immortal Art, Dark North Protection Technique, etc. There's no need to buy other manuals. Let's look at other things. Xia Ping looked at the intranet. There were all kinds of firearms sold there, such as laser guns, nuclear bullets, time bombs, nuclear-powered armor, plasma knives, and so on. Even spaceships could be purchased. All kinds of weapons were available. There were also cold weapons, long blades, treasured swords, flying knives, iron hammers, etc. These weapons were made with the most advanced technology. They were incomparably sharp and of high quality, enough to fight against terrifying monsters. Of course, the prices were also very high. These things were prohibited by the Federation's laws, but they could be purchased legally in the giant company. This was the privilege of being a member of the giant company. Weapons are also very important to warriors, but I don't need them now. I'm facing the college entrance examination, and I need to improve my martial arts strength. It won't be too late to buy these weapons when I go on an adventure in the future. Xia Ping's eyes flickered as he thought about his plan. In other words, what I need to buy now are medicinal pills that can increase my martial arts strength, as well as various genetic medicines and so on. With a snap, he clicked open the page related to medicinal pills. Immediately, a pile of extremely precious pills was listed on it, such as the 9 Yang pill, the purple gold pill, the Yin Yang longevity pill, and so on. Each pill was worth more than 10 billion. Only the top management of the company could buy it. I don't need to consider pills that are too precious. I'm only in the martial warrior realm now. I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. What suits me is the best. Xia Ping was very calm. He was not fooled by these precious pills. Pills that were too high-grade weren't a good thing for low-level warriors. They contained too much energy. If an ordinary warrior consumed them, they wouldn't be able to absorb the energy and would instead be a disaster. Some warriors were too greedy and consumed some peerless pills, causing their bodies to explode from the energy and self-destruct. This kind of thing would occasionally happen, and it was a lesson learned. Buy Luo pill. Very quickly, Xia Ping found a pill that was suitable for his current cultivation. He looked at the introduction on it. This is a pill refined from the Bai Luo Qi of the green tree. It contains a majestic life energy, more than 10 times that of the gold medicine. It is suitable for martial warrior realm experts to consume. It can increase the body's potential and cultivation. One pill is worth 100 million federal coins. I have 800 million federal coins on me, plus the 100 million reward from the giant company. I have a total of 900 million. I can buy 9 pills. However, I don't need to buy all of them. I'll buy 5 first to test it out. If there's a significant effect, I'll continue to buy. As the saying goes, money is only money when it's spent. If it's not spent, it's just waste paper. Although the store of the super hate system could also exchange for similar pills, Xia Ping still preferred to buy them from the giant company. This was because he could earn federal coins at will, but he couldn't get hate points at will. It could be said that the value of hate points was above federal coins. If it wasn't a really critical moment, Xiaoping generally didn't want to use it. Good steel should be used on the blade's edge. If he could use federal coins to solve a problem, he would use federal coins to solve it. With a beep, Xiaoping clicked to buy. Please confirm. Do you need to pay 500 million federal coins to buy 5 by Luo pills? A voice came from the giant company's page. Confirm. Xiaoping clicked. Okay, the payment is successful. The 5 by Luo pills will be sent to Xiaoping's house within 24 hours. Please check when the time comes. A voice came from the page again. After obtaining 5 by Luo pills, it can greatly reduce my cultivation time. Who knows, I might be able to open the 3rd acupoint very soon and advance to the 3rd level of the martial warrior realm. Xiaoping clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a glimmer of light. He couldn't help but sigh. After joining the giant company, there were really many benefits. He could spend money to buy such precious pills at will. Other martial artists simply didn't have a way to buy them. Even if there was a way, an ordinary martial artist wanting to buy a Bai Luo pill would cost more than 100 million. After an auction, it could reach at least 300 million federal coins. One could imagine how many benefits there were to have the backing of the giant company. In addition to these pills, the company's internal network also sold all kinds of precious special items. For example, one could also buy a portion of Flood Dragon blood, which was worth 100 billion federal coins. After consuming this Flood Dragon blood, one could temper their body and obtain a body like that of a Flood Dragon, possessing the natural strength of a Flood Dragon and infinite strength. A portion of Water of Life was worth 200 billion federal coins. After consuming it, one could regrow severed limbs and recover all the hidden injuries on the body. It was a supreme holy water. A portion of Immortal Phoenix blood was worth 300 billion federal coins. After consuming it, one would have an extremely strong recovery ability. This kind of recovery ability was tens of times or even hundreds of times that of ordinary people. It could almost be considered as an immortal body. If I used the system to exchange for these things, I don't know how much hate points I would need and how many people I would have to offend. But now that I can buy them with federal coins, it seems that I have to earn more money in the future. Xiaoping clenched his fists. Even though the super hate system was of great help to him, he didn't want to be completely bound by this system. He wasn't a puppet of the system. He wanted to be independent. Even if this system suddenly disappeared, he could survive in this world and even become stronger, standing at the peak of martial arts. Tianshui City, I've arrived. Chapter 221. I'm finally back. Stepping onto the land of Tianshui City and arriving at Tianshui City 95th High, Xiaoping looked at the familiar scenery around him and was very emotional. This was also the first time he had left Tianshui City for such a long time, more than a month. Although this period of time was not particularly long, it felt like a lifetime. However, after going to university, he would probably completely leave Tianshui City. This was like a nestling growing up and leaving its parents. This was the path of life. Thinking of this, Xiaoping shook his head, put aside his thoughts, and walked towards the school. However, as soon as he entered the school, it immediately caused a commotion in the entire school. The nearby students all recognized Xiaoping because Xiaoping had long been a celebrity in Tianshui City 95th High. There was simply no one who didn't know him. Look, isn't that the legendary Xiaoping? It can't be, why is he here? Didn't they say he took more than a month off and went to Black Moon City? After all, more than a month has passed. No matter how reluctant he is to miss the gentleness of Black Moon City, it's time to come back. After all, it's time for the college entrance exam. What an amazing person, staying in Black Moon City for more than a month. Could it be that he visited all the brothels in Black Moon City? Playing with so many women all day, this bastard isn't afraid of kidney deficiency? Maybe he's already weak, relying on medicine to support him. Damn, It's good to have money, you can buy all kinds of medicine. The surrounding students were all whispering, secretly looking at Xia Ping who walked in from the school gate, but they didn't dare to approach. They just stood at a distance, each with a look of envy and jealousy. Some girls looked at Xia Ping with disdain. My going to Black Moon City was exposed? Right, I think I broadcast it online for a period of time, probably at that time it was exposed. Hearing the voices around him, Xia Ping touched his chin. It seemed that his reputation had unknowingly become worse. However, he was already used to it, ignored the surrounding students, and walked towards his classroom. A few minutes later, Xia Ping came to his seat. He looked around and found that Jiang Yaru didn't seem to be in his seat. He didn't know if he didn't come to school for the time being or asked for leave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A group of male students surrounded him, each with a curious look on their faces. Xia Ping, I heard that you took a month off and went to Black Moon City. Just what did you do there? A male student asked. This was also a question that many people were concerned about. Nothing much. I just went to that place to cultivate, Xia Ping said honestly. If you want to brag, then continue to brag. A group of students looked at Xia Ping with contempt. How could they not know this guy's character? He was definitely the kind of super invincible big pervert. He had already gone to a place like Black Moon City, which was filled with filth. How could he possibly have only gone to that place to cultivate? He had definitely gone to Black Moon City to do many things that could not see the light of day. What do you think of the women in that city? A classmate asked from another angle. Xia Ping said righteously, I don't have any opinion. All of them are very shameless and dressed in revealing clothes. I personally despise this kind of dressing. In order to criticize their behavior, I teach those women all kinds of moral education every day, hoping that they can learn from their mistakes and escape from the sea of suffering. Damn, moral education. Education my ass. As he taught, he would probably start rolling in the sheets. A group of people despised this shameless Xia Ping's hypocritical appearance. To be able to talk about prostitution so righteously, this guy was also a unique scorpion shit. Sure enough, this bastard's shamelessness was innate. It was inherited in his genes. It was deep in his bones. Amazing. As expected of the champion of the fighting competition. Even when cultivating hard, he didn't forget to educate those shameless women. As expected, he is a role model for our generation. Isn't that so? How could an ordinary person do such a thing? While studying hard, he also didn't forget to pay attention to society. Every day, he went to the door to persuade those prostitutes to realize their mistakes. This is quite an extraordinary behavior. That's why he is the champion of the fighting competition. First of all, our thoughts can't keep up. All day long, we only know how to bury our heads in study, not paying attention to outside matters. A group of people flattered. You're too polite. Next time when there's a chance, let's all go to Black Moon City together and give those women a lesson in moral education. Let them realize their mistakes. Xia Ping cupped his hands, very modest. Realize their mistakes, my ass. All the girls in the class were mad with anger. If these beasts who only knew how to think with the lower half of their bodies really went to that place, they might not be willing to come back. When the time came, who would be educating who? It was estimated that when the time came, these men would not be released until they were squeezed dry of all their money. Really? If there's such a chance to go to Black Moon City, I'd be happy to give it a try. Cough cough, if I feel that doing this can be meaningful to society, I'd be happy to help. If I don't go to hell, who will? After reading so many books for so many years, whether or not there are any results depends on today. A group of students sighed to the sky. Their eyes were all shining. They all wanted to follow Xia Ping into Black Moon City to see for themselves. Without an acquaintance to lead the way, they still felt a little guilty. However, with an acquaintance like Xia Ping, bringing them over to see for themselves would probably not be a big problem. Well said, well said. Xia Ping waved his hand. Why don't we choose this weekend? Taking advantage of the college entrance examination, we'll go there to criticize and see how much evil is hidden in this world. See how many dirty places there are in this world. Shut up. Originally, Xia Ping still wanted to say something, but suddenly there was an angry shout at the door of the classroom. Immediately, all the students looked over and immediately saw a great beauty standing outside the door with a face full of anger. This woman was their class teacher, Qiuxue. Don't mention how angry Qiuxue was now. Originally, she came to school in a very good mood today and planned to attend class, but who could have thought that when she came to the classroom, she saw Xia Ping coming back. It doesn't matter if this bastard comes back, but he is actually in school, making trouble here in the class. Not only does he want to go to Black Moon City to whore, but he even wants to take the whole class of male students to whore together. My God, this bastard can do this kind of thing. Not only is he a scum, but he also intends to take a group of scum. If this bastard really takes a group of classmates to Black Moon City to whore, there is no doubt that this matter will immediately become the news of the entire Tianshui city. At that time, what will others think of her, the class teacher? What will they say about her? Qiuxue, why did she teach such a group of shameless students? They are only high school students, but they go to that kind of dirty place. It's shameless. She now understands what a mouse shit spoils a pot of soup. This is a clear example. Xia Ping, come out immediately. Chapter 222. At this time, in the teacher's office, Qiuxue was staring angrily at the student in front of her, Xia Ping, and said, Xia Ping, tell me, what the hell is going on? You took more than a month off to fool around outside, and I don't care about you. This is your freedom. But as soon as you come back to school, you start to come here and cause trouble. What kind of place do you think the school is? Is it a brothel you can go to with money? You actually want to organize classmates to go to Black Moon City to do that kind of shameless thing, only you can think of it. She was very angry, criticizing Xia Ping. Teacher, this is not my fault, mainly because the students strongly asked me to share some learning experience. It is not good to refuse, otherwise it will hurt the friendship between students. Xia Ping felt very innocent. Sophistry. Qiuxue was mad, at this level still dare to quibble, saying that this is learning experience, bullshit learning experience. What is there to learn from the experience of going to Black Moon City to prostitute? Most of the people who learn this kind of experience are not good people. And with your virtue of stirring up trouble everywhere, afraid that others will not bear a grudge against you, will you worry about hurting the friendship between classmates? No one will believe it. Clearly, this guy just wanted to come back to school to show off and lead the other students astray. Xia Ping. Qiuxue sternly educated Xia Ping and said, you came to school to learn martial arts knowledge, not to learn those filthy things. You're only a high school student, yet you go to that kind of dirty place and hang around with those shameless women. Are you worthy of your parents' hard work in raising you? Teacher, I'm actually going to Black Moon City to cultivate. As for those filthy places, I don't usually go there. Usually, I'll just walk on the road, and those women will pull me in, so it's not easy to refuse. Xia Ping expressed that he actually didn't really want to go, and it was all those women who forced him. They all wore revealing clothes and were weak women, and their attitudes were very hot and enthusiastic. As a man, how could he refuse such a thing? After a while, he complied. Bullshit. Qiuxue's nose was crooked with anger. It was clear that she wanted to go to that kind of shameless place, but he insisted that others pulled her there, and even said that her willpower was weak, so it was not good to refuse. Bullshit, how could someone with weak willpower do such a ridiculous and shameless thing? What kind of bullshit reason was that? She had never seen such a shameless person before. Xia Ping, why isn't your name Xia Lu? This is the name that suits you the most. Qiuxue gnashed her teeth and glared at Xia Ping. Xia Ping blinked his eyes. I also want to, but Xia Lu is my grandfather's name, I can't take it. What? Qiuxue was dumbfounded. She felt that this family was all the same. It was inherited from their genes. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a hurried knock on the door outside the office, and then a young female teacher in a black suit walked in and said, "Teacher Choshua, the principal is looking for Xiaoping. Is it convenient now? What's the matter? What is it?" Seeing that there were outsiders at the scene, Choshu couldn't lose her temper and could only endure it. The young female teacher said, "I heard that it's about applying to Yanhuang University. The principal has something to discuss with Xiaoping. Teacher Choshua, come with us." Okay. Choshu was helpless. Now was the time to discuss business. This matter could only be put aside for the time being. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few minutes later, Xiaoping and Choshu came to the principal's office. At this time, a pot-bellied old man was standing in the office, and there was also another beautiful girl inside. This person was Jiang Yaru. Ha! Xiaoping's eyes flashed. After more than a month, Jiang Yaru's aura seemed to have changed completely. It seemed to be stronger, and her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. If he didn't guess wrong, this chick had at least reached the 9th heavenly layer of martial arts. Okay, Xiaoping is also here. It's just the right time to talk to you about applying for Yanhuang University. The principal looked at Xiaoping with a smile, looking at his school's proud student with great satisfaction. After all, the other party was a seed with the potential to be admitted to Yanhuang University. In the future, he would definitely be a peerless powerhouse. Now that he had a good relationship, it would also be of great benefit to the future of 95th High School. Apply for Yanhuang University? Isn't it just registering online? Xiaoping asked curiously. The principal smiled slightly. Of course it's not that simple. Yanhuang University is a transcendent existence even in the entire Yanhuang star. It is a unique university, and its application method is completely different. The first is the threshold. You have to reach at least the 8th heavenly layer of martial arts to be eligible to apply. After that is the exam with a mortality rate of more than 50%. He stretched out 5 fingers, and his tone was very serious. What? This was the first time Xiaoping had heard of this kind of thing. Although he had heard that the Yanhuang University exam was very difficult and people might die, he didn't expect the mortality rate to be more than 50%. This was quite amazing. It was just a college entrance examination, but people could actually die. This was incredible. Is it strange? It's not strange at all. The principal said seriously, because Yanhuang University is not an ordinary university. It is a training base for elites from all over the world. It is the frontline battlefield against tyrannical monsters. It is not training students, but soldiers. So it is very particular about the will of a martial artist. If the willpower is not strong, no matter how good the talent is, you can't go in. Xiaoping asked, what kind of exam has a mortality rate of more than 50%? Survival exam. The principal said in a deep voice, once you sign up for the Yanhuang University exam, you will immediately be thrown into a place with an extremely harsh environment. The temperature there is extremely high during the day and extremely low at night. The temperature difference between day and night is huge, and there are terrifying monsters. Even elite soldiers can't guarantee their own survival in that place. You will need to survive in that place for a month. You will not be able to bring any weapons or food. You will have to survive alone in that place. He raised a finger, and there are no laws in that place, and students are allowed to kill each other. After you come out, you will not be held accountable. In order to survive in that place, you can use any despicable means. There was a hint of cruelty in his tone. But what happens if you fail to apply for Yanhuang University? Can you still go to other universities? Xiaoping asked. The principal smiled, there is no failure, because there are only 2 results for participating in the Yanhuang University exam. One is to die, and the other is to live and successfully join Yanhuang University. If you don't succeed, you will die. This is the exam of Yanhuang University. It is full of iron and blood, and it is also the guarantee that Yanhuang University can cultivate countless elites. Students who can survive such a cruel environment will definitely be elites in the future. Chapter 223. It's not strange for them to refuse to take the exam. The principal smiled and looked at Xiaoping. Every year, there are many who reach the 8th layer of the martial disciple realm. Some even choose to give up on taking the exam. Because the death rate is too high, more than 50%. Even if a martial disciple participates, they may not survive. If they give up, those outstanding students can safely enter other top universities and continue to advance towards the peak of martial arts. There won't be any danger to their lives. A 50% death rate is too high. It's enough to make countless students shrink back. He explained to Xiaoping that there were 200 million students taking the college entrance exam each year. Only 2 million of them reached Yanhuang University's threshold, a 1% pass rate. But only 90,000 were willing to take the exam. About 10,000 students from each continent were willing to take the exam. Those who were willing to take the exam were undoubtedly elites. They were all geniuses who were full of confidence in themselves. Their futures were limitless. But even these geniuses would die. Just this number alone was enough to scare off countless students, making them tremble in fear. You can think about it. The principal said in a low voice. Even if you don't enter Yanhuang University, there are other top universities to choose from. Some even have training facilities comparable to Yanhuang University. Even if you graduate from other universities, there will occasionally be a few King Realm cultivators. They still have a bright future. There's no need to take this extremely dangerous exam. He looked at Xiaoping and just looked at him. There's no need to think about it. Sign me up. Xiaoping waved his hand, his tone very firm. If he wanted to become the strongest, he obviously had to enter the best university. Only there would he be able to receive the best training and resources. He would be able to compete with other geniuses and his chances of success would greatly increase. Of course, if he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't dream of entering Yanhuang University. Going there would be suicide. But now that he had the ability to enter Yanhuang University, if he didn't dare to enter, then he would be a coward. Even if he entered other universities, his future wouldn't be great. Sign me up too. I also want to enter Yanhuang University. Jiang Yaru also opened her mouth. Her eyes were also incomparably firm. No one could change her mind. All right. Hearing this, the principal nodded. Since you've all decided, I won't reject you. I'll help you apply for Yanhuang University. The exam will officially start in 10 days. You'll have to come to the school for a physical examination. During this period of time, all of you should focus on improving your martial arts cultivation. That way, you can increase your chances of survival. That's all. You guys go back and prepare well. He waved his hand, sending Xiaoping and Jiang Yaru away. By the way, Teacher Qiushue, please stay. I have something to discuss with you, he said to Qiushue. Qiushue nodded and stayed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, Xiaoping and Jiang Yaru left the principal's office and arrived at the hallway. I haven't seen you for a while and you seem to have been promoted to the 9th heaven of martial disciple. How did you do this? Xiaoping looked at Jiang Yaru curiously and asked. Jiang Yaru said proudly, in this world, you're not the only one who can make rapid progress. With enough resources, with my talent, wouldn't it be easy to advance to the 9th heavenly layer? And I've now reached the peak of the 9th heaven of martial disciple and touched the bottleneck of the martial warrior realm. After a while, I'll be able to clear an acupoint and step into the martial warrior realm, officially surpassing you. She felt that she was in a good mood now. When this bastard went to Black Moon City to visit prostitutes and drink around, she worked hard to cultivate and finally achieved a cultivation that was about to surpass this guy. This was all so good. Let this guy see that even if he had great talent, if he didn't work hard, he would be caught up by others. After all, there were countless geniuses in this world, and you weren't the only one who was strong. Really? I'm sorry, I've been promoted to the martial warrior realm a long time ago. Xia Ping looked at Jiang Yaru with a smile. What? Hearing this, Jiang Yaru was stunned. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't believe it. This bastard only went to Black Moon City to drink around and didn't cultivate seriously. How could he be promoted to the martial warrior realm like this? It was too ridiculous. Impossible. When did you break through? Jiang Yaru bit her lip, unwilling to accept this. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, revealing the appearance of a martial master. I don't know either. I just cultivated like this and somehow broke through. There were no bottlenecks at all. I guess this is what they mean by success when the conditions are right. Cultivation is like this. You can be strong without desires. Sometimes, too much hard work is a bad thing. Taking a proper rest will burst forth with martial inspiration and naturally break through effortlessly. Bullshit, keep on bullshitting. Jiang Yaru wanted nothing more than to take a brick and slap this shameless bastard's face. She didn't want to see this guy's smug look for even a second. He was just a rookie in the martial warrior realm, and he was pretending to be a martial master here, giving pointers to the world. If she didn't know this bastard's character, she might have really believed him. Even if you can't be too hard, the problem is, have you ever been hard? You've all gone to Black Moon City, a dirty place to fool around, playing with all kinds of women. How is this a proper rest? It's clearly depravity. There's no justice in this world. If such a bad guy can break through to the martial warrior realm so easily, what about those who cultivate hard every day but still can't break through? Especially a diligent person like her, she simply can't accept this kind of thing. Humph, Jiang Yaru glared at Xia Ping angrily. You continue to show off. Let's see how embarrassed you will be in this Yanhuang University exam. I will definitely pass this Yanhuang University exam and surpass you in the future. After dropping this sentence, she turned and left, leaving only a graceful back view. In the evening, Xia Ping returned home after school. At this time, his father Xia Chuanlu and mother Huang Lanqin had just returned from a global trip. In the past month or so, they had almost visited several famous tourist cities around the world. The family had also bought a bunch of specialties. Son, you're back. Xia Chuanliu's eyes lit up when he saw Xia Ping come back. I heard that you went to Black Moon City for more than a month this time. Cough cough, no, it should be more like playing for more than a month. By the way, did you learn anything? Of course, Dad, I also believe that you're not that kind of absurd and shameless person. I guess as a novelist, you want to go to that kind of place to experience the people's feelings, increase some social experience, and accumulate novel material. Chapter 224. Why do you ask so much? Do you also want to go to that kind of place, and by the way, you also want to understand the people and increase your social experience? His mother Huang Lanqin narrowed her eyes and stared at him with a very bad face. It seemed that if he answered wrong, she would let him sleep on the sofa tonight. Ahem. Seeing this, Xia Chuanlu coughed instinctively and shouted, Wife, don't you know what kind of person I am? Loyal and honest, pure and down to earth. That's the kind of person I am. A man like me is hard to find in this materialistic society. It's not an exaggeration to say that I'm a rare animal. I never go to such absurd and shameless places like lovely Spring Courtyard and Tavern Heaven on Earth. I've never even heard of them. I won't go even if I have money. To be honest, how can those women compare to my wife? I don't know if they are sick. He put on a look of awe-inspiring righteousness. Xia Ping's mouth twitched. If he hadn't heard of such a place, how could his father say that? His father's ability to lie with his eyes open is first class. However, his mother Huang Lanqin didn't seem to hear anything wrong, so she let him go for the time being. Dad! Xia Ping also changed the topic. I have something to tell you. Recently, I got a villa in Jiangnan district. The environment there is beautiful and the security measures are complete. Let's move tomorrow. What? Xia Chuanlu stared at his son with a pair of bull eyes and shouted, "You got a villa in Jiangnan district?" "No, do you know what Jiangnan district is?" "It is the most high-end villa area in the entire Tianshui city." "Do you know who lives in it?" "Either rich or expensive. These people are all worth more than 10 billion, or they are members of Tianshui city, powerful big shots. Each of the villas inside is worth more than 1 billion federal coins, and even money can't buy them." He couldn't believe what his ears had heard. His mother Huang Lanxin was also stunned, looking at her son, and it was very hard to believe. "Really, I got a villa, and I can go see it tomorrow. It's no problem to carry a bag and move in." Xia Ping nodded, his expression was very calm, and he could go to the villa at any time. Because that kind of high-end villa is all controlled by intelligent systems, such as fingerprint system, pupil system, and so on. The giant company has already entered his information into this system. As long as Xia Ping goes over, he can immediately open the door and verify his personal identity without a key. "Oh my God, son, why are you so awesome? You can even buy a villa in Jiangnan district. Why don't you go to heaven? Are you making so much money by writing novels now? You can buy a villa at will?" Xia Chuanlu was dumbstruck. "I didn't earn it by writing novels." Xia Ping waved his hand. It was estimated that he couldn't afford such a villa just by writing novels. After all, buying a villa in Jiangnan district required not only money, but more importantly, power. Without the giant company's permission, even if ordinary people had money, they wouldn't be able to move in. Xia Chuanlu seemed to have thought of something. Looking at his son, he said in shock, "Could it be that you met a rich woman during your trip to Black Moon City, and became her sugar mommy? So she gave you a villa in Jiangnan district? But this is normal, son, you are the champion of the fighting competition, you are strong, and you have inherited your father's excellent genes. Your charm is off the charts, so it is understandable that you are targeted by the rich woman. But if there is such a good thing, why didn't she call Dad? Maybe she can give you another villa." He showed a sad look and was very regretful. "You think too much." Xia Ping looked at his extremely thick-skinned father speechlessly and explained, "This is the villa that the company gave me when I joined the giant company. This is the employee benefit. Join the giant company?" Hearing this, Father Xia Chuanlu and Mother Huang Lanxin immediately understood. Who doesn't know the famous giant company in Yanhuang Star? It is a supergiant, an overlord existence. Being able to join the giant company as an official employee is simply a golden rice bowl, which is many times better than being the mayor of Tianshui City. Even the governor has to come to flatter them. No wonder you can get a villa in Jiangnan district. If it is the benefit of the giant company, then it is too normal. Even if you get a villa in Jinghua City, the capital of Yangzhou district, it is not a big problem. Mother Huang Lanxin also knows very well what kind of terrifying existence the giant company is. Her son joining it is like a carp leaping over the dragon gate and ascending to the sky in one step. But this matter needs to be kept secret for the time being, and can only be announced after graduation from university. Xia Ping said. He doesn't want the matter of him joining the giant company to be known by all the relatives around him. At that time, there will be a lot of trouble. Of course, we will not talk casually. Huang Lanxin also nodded seriously. She also found that some big companies have a strict confidentiality mechanism. Perhaps because of this, they are not allowed to talk casually. Oh my God, I didn't expect that I, Xia Chuanlu, can live in a villa one day. I'm rich. Xia Chuanlu confirmed that this is true. After Xia Ping did not lie, he suddenly became a little nervous. Son, you are going to live in the villa tomorrow. How do you think you can pretend to live in the villa often? Can you cross your legs when you live in the villa? Things like spitting on the ground shouldn't be done in the villa, right? What kind of clothes will show my identity tomorrow? I will wear 2 pieces of cheap winter clothes that I bought online for 50 yuan. I won't be looked down upon by others, right? Oh my God, I'm too nervous. This feeling is similar to the first time you brought your pregnant mother to see your father-in-law. He stood up and paced back and forth nervously. Do whatever you want. Xia Ping's mouth twitched and looked at his father unhappily. Early the next morning, Xia Chuanlu combed his hair back and wore a wrinkled suit that he hadn't worn for more than 10 years. He wore a pair of shiny black leather shoes and a pair of ink glasses. He looked like a gangster from 20 years ago. Mother Huang Lanqin also wore a painted plaid shirt and heavy makeup. She held her father's left arm and followed him step by step. She was very nervous as she set off. However, everything went smoothly. Xia Ping and his family came to the villa in Jiangnan district. No one stopped them. Everything was operated by an intelligent system. The guard at the door verified Xia Ping's identity and was let in. Along the way, every villa they passed was strictly guarded, and the people around would not come out easily, as if there was no one there. The villa where Xia Ping lived covered an area of 3,000 square meters. It had a back garden, swimming pool, practice room, storage room, garage, kitchen, entertainment room, etc. It was very luxurious. In this way, Xia Ping and his family lived in a villa in Tianshui City, Jiangnan district. Chapter 225. This morning. Who? Xia Ping sat cross-legged in the practice room of the villa. He took a deep breath and the air gushed out, condensing into a substance, like a white chain shooting out, containing terrible power, condensing and not dispersing. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a terrifying light. Sure enough, the effect of Bai Luo Dan is good. He revealed a smile. Bai Luo Dan was delivered by the courier of the giant company the next morning. Xia Ping also signed for it and then took it. The effect was excellent, and the true qi in his body increased. After about 10 days of cultivation, Xia Ping felt that the true qi in his body had greatly increased, filling all the acupoints in his body, and his true qi had become extremely strong, reaching the peak of the second heaven of the warrior realm. Just one step away from breaking through to the third heaven of the warrior realm. And Xia Ping's combat effectiveness was completely different from before, at least 30% higher. Because during this time, he also seriously practiced Kunpeng steps, head nails 7 arrows technique, dark north body protection technique, etc., more familiar with his current strength, and his combat effectiveness had greatly increased. It could be said that his combat effectiveness was now at its peak, incomparably perfect. It's time to go to school for a medical examination. Xia Ping left the villa, took a taxi, and arrived at Tianshui City 95th High School in 10 minutes. As soon as he arrived at the school, he immediately saw a black warship landing in the school playground. It was 2 or 3 times larger than the previous spaceship, loaded with various high-tech weapons, and had tyrannical force. On the outer shell of the spaceship, there were a few big words, Yanhuang University. Obviously, this warship belonged to Yanhuang University. At this time, the principal, the dean, the teacher, Jiang Yaru, and the others also came to the school playground, but there were no other students around. Because in the entire Tianshui City 95th High School, only Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru were qualified to take the entrance examination of Yanhuang University. With a bang, the door of the warship opened, and a dozen warriors in white armor walked out. Each of them exuded a terrible murderous aura. Everyone is here. Come in. One of the middle-aged warriors came forward. He seemed to be the captain of this group of warriors. He glanced around and said, "Come in, accept a physical examination, and leave immediately after passing." "Let's go," the principal said to Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru. They couldn't follow them, so they could only stay where they were. Hearing this, Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru immediately boarded the black warship. Under the guidance of the soldiers, the two of them separated, each going to a different room. After all, men and women were different. After entering the room, a few white-robed doctors came over and instructed Xia Ping to lie on the bed and begin the physical examination. Beep! The purple light scanned over, seemingly penetrating Xia Ping's body. It detected various data, blood, muscles, bones, organs, and so on. It was as if all the secrets of his body had been seen through. At the side, there was an optical computer screen, displaying all sorts of data. A series of numbers appeared, making a schwa schwa sound. A few minutes later, a mechanical voice rang out. Martial artist second heaven, no signs of overdrafting potential with drugs, no signs of taking banned drugs. Everything is normal. You may participate in the entrance examination of Yanhuang University. Hearing this, Xia Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the physical examination was over. Good boy, martial artist second heaven. A middle-aged soldier walked over and looked at Xia Ping with a bit of surprise. Looks like you're also a commoner. Your family doesn't have much money, so you shouldn't be able to buy precious pills. You eat monster meat every day, but you've already reached martial artist second heaven? Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, it was rare for him to see such a genius. If Xia Ping came from a big family, he wouldn't be surprised. Those big families were rich in resources and ate all kinds of natural treasures every day. As long as you weren't a pig, your martial arts cultivation would progress rapidly. But he was a commoner. This was incredible. There's nothing strange about it. Talent is just like that. Xia Ping's face was calm as he walked down from the bed and said in a loud voice. Hearing this, the middle-aged soldier's mouth twitched. Your shameless look is really asking for a beating. But forget it. Since you've passed the physical examination, you can participate in Yanhuang University's entrance examination. The results of the physical examination will be recorded on your student microchip. There's no way to fake it. This was the first time he heard someone boast like this. Although it was the truth, it was still very annoying. I'm going to take the exam now. Xia Ping blinked. The middle-aged soldier waved his hand. There's no hurry. We'll first send all the candidates from Tianshui City to Yangzhou District's capital, Jinghua City. Then we'll rest there for the night and head to the exam site the next day. He explained that the candidates from every continent would be gathered in the capital of the continent. This way, it would be convenient to transport them. The physical examination is over. Go rest in the lounge. All the candidates from Tianshui City who are taking the exam are there. He told Xia Ping to leave the examination room. Xia Ping turned around and left. He also happened to see Jiang Yaru finish the physical examination. Obviously, he also passed the physical examination without any accidents. The two moved together and arrived at the lounge of the warship. They immediately saw many familiar faces, such as Qin Muyang from the first middle school, Feng Hetong, Nangong Wu, Chu Rong, and so on. The most outstanding students from Tianshui City were gathered here to participate in Yanhuang University's entrance examination. But looking around, there were only 40 to 50 people. There were at least 3,000 people in Tianshui City who met the requirements for Yanhuang University's entrance examination, but only a few dozen people wanted to participate. It seemed that the deputy mayor's son, Lu Liang, didn't come. One could imagine how terrifying Yanhuang University's entrance examination was. The 50% mortality rate had scared off countless candidates. Some of the children of the big families didn't dare to play around with their lives and had given up. Big brother, you're here. Seeing Xia Ping arrive, Feng Hetong immediately walked up and greeted him enthusiastically. It was almost no different from a lackey. In fact, ever since he saw Xia Ping's power at the banquet, he had made up his mind to hold on to Xia Ping's thigh. After all, Xia Ping was a member of the giant corporation and a future King Realm powerhouse. If he could hold on to such a thick thigh, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anything in the future. In fact, his father had hinted to Feng Hetong to curry favor with Xia Ping. Big brother, come, sit here. There's a good seat by the window. The air is good. Feng Hetong nodded and bowed. He was very enthusiastic and immediately invited Xia Ping to sit. At the same time, he said to Jiang Yaru, sister-in-law, sit with us too. Who's your sister-in-law? Jiang Yaru glared and bared her teeth. She was half dead from anger, but she couldn't resist fatty Feng Hetong's enthusiasm. She could only reluctantly sit down. Not bad, little Feng really knows how to conduct himself. You've made some progress recently. Xia Ping was very satisfied. He put on the air of a leader. Little Feng. Hearing this, Qin Muyang and the others all bared their teeth. He really dared to say that. This bastard was of the same generation as them. Everyone's status was the same, so they could talk to each other as peers. But now he actually dared to call him Little Feng. Chapter 226. It's all thanks to Big Brother's good education. Feng Hetong immediately flattered, it's only been a few days since we last met, but Big Brother's complexion seems to have improved a lot. I wonder what techniques you have for improving so quickly. He was extremely curious and wanted to know some of the mysteries of martial arts. The main thing is hard work. Xia Ping revealed his secret. Practice in the winter and practice in the summer. Martial cultivation doesn't allow for any shortcuts. Keep bragging. Qin Muyang and the others all looked at Xia Ping with disdain. If it was any other martial expert who said this, it might be very convincing. But this bastard said it. They couldn't even believe the punctuation. Everyone in Tianshui City knew that this guy didn't study hard or cultivate before the college entrance exams. Instead, he went to Black Moon City, a filthy place, and hooked up with prostitutes everywhere. If this kind of person could be counted as someone who cultivated hard, then there was no one in the world who didn't work hard. Big Brother is Big Brother, truly insightful. Just a few words from you enlightened me. There's a saying that listening to a wise man is better than studying for 10 years. Feng Hetong was full of admiration. Xia Ping waved his hand. You're too polite. I'm just a bit more talented in martial arts. I can easily reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Apart from that, I don't have any other merits. Shameless. Everyone's mouths twitched. Even Jiang Yaru couldn't stand this guy's thick skin and wanted to beat him up. Right. Xia Ping suddenly turned to Qin Muyang and asked curiously, how strange. Why did you come to Yanhuang University to take the exam? Isn't your dad afraid that you'll die in the exam? Die my ass. Qin Muyang gritted his teeth, his face dark. This bastard's mouth was too stinky. How could he curse people to death at the drop of a hat? Didn't anyone sew his mouth shut? This was too despicable. He turned away, not wanting to talk to this bastard. Xia Ping didn't mind. He looked at Nangong Wu and said, Nangong Wu, I haven't seen you for a month. What did father-in-law say? Did he agree to our marriage? If it doesn't work, we'll get a younger one. At that time, he won't be able to refuse. Whoever agreed to your marriage is your father-in-law. Don't spout nonsense. Nangong Wu was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she almost jumped up. She simply wished for nothing more than to treat this fellow as a meat bun and eat him alive. Exactly what nonsense is he speaking in front of so many people? They hadn't even started yet, so why were they already talking about marriage? Talk my ass. Furthermore, his own father didn't agree to it, so he still wanted to have a concubine. He was simply shameless to the extreme. How could he think of such a crooked idea? Dirty, this bastard was indeed a completely hopeless man. The woman he had set his eyes on was really unlucky. That will happen sooner or later. Xia Ping didn't care about Nangong Wu at all. He also looked at Chu Rong who was sitting next to him. He rubbed his chin and praised, Rong, I haven't seen you for a while. You've matured quite a bit. Worthy of being my mistress. Now Chu Rong seems to have also been promoted to the 9th heaven of martial disciple. Her breath has changed dramatically, becoming more mature and stable, and even developed a lot. Her figure is hotter and her arc is amazing. Who is your Rong her? Chu Rong gritted her teeth and glared at this bastard with her beautiful eyes. However, she was very guilty, because she still had a contract with this guy, and she had to be his mistress. Although this guy had never carried it out, a contract was a contract, and it couldn't be ignored. As expected of Big Brother. His methods of training women are first class. Too brilliant. Obviously, all three girlfriends are together, but they can still get along well. Even the ancient emperors couldn't do this. Feng Hatong sincerely admired him. To achieve this kind of thing, it was probably more difficult than entering the martial disciple realm. Boom! At this moment, the battleship shook, as if it had landed somewhere. We have arrived at Huajing City. A voice came from the battleship's broadcast. They arrived so quickly. Xia Ping was a little surprised. Although they had just boarded the battleship, and the battleship had already started flying after the physical examination, it was still shocking that they had arrived at Huajing City so quickly. It was estimated that the speed of the battleship was at least several times faster than the speed of ordinary spaceships. At this moment, the middle-aged soldier from before stood up and said, "Tonight, you will stay at the Huajing Hotel. Everyone will have their own room. It is free of charge, funded by the government. Tomorrow morning, you will have to leave at the airport. There will be people to welcome you." Qin Liang suddenly asked, "I heard that Huajing City will hold a genius banquet tonight, and they will be responsible for welcoming the candidates from all the major cities to participate in the Yanhuang University entrance exam. Is that true?" The eyes of the other children of the families in Tianshui City also sparkled. A genius banquet like this would allow them to come into contact with genius warriors from other cities. When the time came, they might be able to find many helpers. After all, the entrance exam of Yanhuang University was a test of survival. Naturally, the more helpers they had, the higher the chance of survival. They all had their own little calculations in mind. It is true. The middle-aged soldier nodded. This is an annual tradition, held by the Huajing city government. It allows the candidates from all the cities in the Yangzhou district to gather together and get to know each other. When you get to the hotel, you'll find the invitation in your room. But remember, don't go too crazy, because you will be taking the Yanhuang University entrance exam tomorrow. If you are late, you will regret it. Qin Muyang and the rest nodded. They knew what was most important. If they failed the Yanhuang University exam, they would die. At that time, the so-called genius banquet would be a joke. Alright, you can go now. Remember to take your things. The middle-aged soldier waved his hand. Bang! At that moment, the battleship door opened. Xia Ping and the others left one by one, arriving at the airport on a golden bus. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Huajing Hotel. Because everyone was from the same city, the reception staff arranged their rooms together. Coincidentally, Xia Ping, Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, and Nangong Wu's rooms were right next to each other. This is the invitation. Xia Ping went to his room and immediately saw a light gold invitation on the bedside table. On it was written the contents of tonight's banquet, and it welcomed all the candidates. Apart from that, there was also a black suit on the white bedsheet, and a pair of black leather shoes on the ground. They looked expensive, prepared by the organizers for the participants. Looks like I have no choice but to participate. But seeing the candidates from other cities in the Yangzhou district might not be a bad thing. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. Soon, the curtain of night fell. Chapter 227. At this moment, in the luxurious manor where the genius banquet was held, all the examinees from the Yangzhou district were gathered here. There were at least 10,000 of them. Fortunately, the manor was very large, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to hold so many people. However, although there were many candidates participating in Yanhuang University, most of them formed their own small groups. Every city's candidates occupied a region. In each area, there were long tables with all kinds of delicious food on them. There were also a lot of drinks, and the aroma of the food assailed the nostrils. The banquet was similar to a buffet. Every examinee took their own plate to eat. I didn't think there would be so few people in the entire Yangzhou district taking the exam. Xia Ping looked around, took a chicken leg and started to eat it. It was very delicious, and he casually looked around. There were over 100 cities in the Yangzhou district, but only 10,000 examinees were taking the exam. This was indeed a small number. Indeed, it's because the exam is too dangerous. The death rate is over 50%. This has caused many students to give up. Jiang Yaru also picked up a tray and looked for something to eat. Humph, a bunch of gutless bandits. Chu Rong picked up a sundae and ate with satisfaction. But looking closely, the other examinees don't seem to be much different from us. Their strength is also about the same. The other cities are about the same size and development as Tianshui City. So the examinees' strength is about the same. Although there are individual differences, they are all the same. Nangong Wu was wearing an evening gown, looking very beautiful. She elegantly picked up a glass of red wine. But the capital is different. It is the capital of the entire Yangzhou district, the political, economic, and cultural center. It is a super city with a population of over 1 billion. It is incomparably prosperous. Countless families have settled here. It can be said that the strong are as common as the clouds and geniuses are everywhere. Just the number of examinees participating in Yanhuang University's exam is over 1,000 people. That's 10% of the examinees in the entire Yangzhou district. Just the examinees from a single place already took up 10% of the examinees in the entire Yangzhou district. From this, one could see how powerful the capital was. Whether it was strength or the number of geniuses, they were all above the other cities. Chu Rong also nodded. Coming to a place like the capital, there were rows upon rows of high-rise buildings. The degree of prosperity was more than 10 times that of Tianshui City. It was indeed incomparable. Look, the examinees from the Yangzhou area have arrived. Jiang Yaru pointed into the distance. At this moment, the examinees from the other cities had arrived one by one, but the examinees from Beijing were the last to arrive. There were more than 1,000 of them, and they came down from the luxurious cars in a grandiose manner. Their eyes were at the top of their heads, and their eyes were filled with arrogance. They didn't want to exchange glances with others, and they directly walked into the venue, arriving at the area where the examinees from Beijing were. Amazing, it's really spectacular. As expected of the students of Capital City. Every one of them has such powerful qi and blood. Oh my God, there are many experts in the martial artist realm among them. Many of them are even in the second or third heaven of the martial artist realm. Their martial arts cultivation alone is much higher than ours. How on earth did these people cultivate? Advancing to the martial artist realm is already enough to be the best in our city, but there are a bunch of such geniuses in Beijing. There's nothing we can do about it. The resources in the capital are too rich. There are martial masters and even grandmasters to guide us. There are also large amounts of training facilities and all sorts of precious pills. How can we, who came from the countryside, compare to them? I'm not afraid of being laughed at by everyone. I'm also considered an aristocratic family in my own city. My family's assets are more than 10 billion, but compared to these examinees from Beijing, I'm a country bumpkin. This is the strength of the examinees from the capital of Yangzhou district. It's too terrifying. No wonder there are a bunch of examinees from the capital every year who can enter Yanhuang University. It's already amazing that a few of us from ordinary cities can enter Yanhuang University every year. It's worth celebrating. When these examinees from Beijing appeared, everyone held their breath. Everyone was shocked by the strength of these examinees. They were like country bumpkins seeing nobles, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Not only did they have the superior aura of the other party, but more importantly, that kind of unparalleled strength was simply a chasm in the hearts of many examinees. This was because there were many examinees in the 8th or 9th heaven of the martial artist realm. In the face of those experts in the martial artist realm, they naturally couldn't raise their heads. The gap was too big. Look! Someone exclaimed, that's Su Yang, the direct descendant of the Su family, the #1 family in Beijing. He's an examinee from Beijing's #1 high school. It's said that he has reached the 3rd heaven of the martial artist realm. His strength is tyrannical and unparalleled. He pointed to a young man who was one. 85 meters tall, walking in the front of the crowd. He wore an expensive suit and was high and mighty. The people around him were like stars surrounding the moon. He was the focus of the crowd. Beijing's Su family. That's a terrifying big family. It's said that the family head, Suan, is the mayor of Beijing. In the future, there's a chance that he will become the mayor of Yangzhou district. He's extremely powerful. It's said that this year's Su family has many geniuses. Not only does Su Yang have tyrannical strength, enough to rank in the top 10, there's also a cousin called Su Yuntian. He's a few months older than him and is now in the fourth heaven of the martial artist realm. He's the #1 expert in this year's Yangzhou district. However, he doesn't like this kind of banquet, so he didn't come. Other than the Su family, there are also many descendants of the big families in Beijing. All of them are the descendants of the big shots in Beijing. The Huang family, the Li family, the Chen family, the Ma family, and so on. It's like the center of power in the whole of Beijing is here. These people are the future of Beijing and even the future of Yangzhou district. If you can build a good relationship with these people, your future will be secure. Everyone was talking about it. Among them, there were many descendants of the big families in their respective cities. Since young, they were influenced by what they saw and heard and were guided by their elders. Naturally, they knew a lot of information about the big families in Beijing. Even if they didn't want to know, they would be instilled with this knowledge by their elders. At this time, the examinees from Beijing also arrived. They also formed a circle. There was a group of the descendants of the top big shots and a group of the second big shots. The hierarchy was strict. Those who didn't have a high enough level couldn't join in at all. Humph, I didn't expect to participate in such a boring activity. Su Yang looked around and revealed a look of disdain. You don't even have the strength of a martial artist, yet you dare to participate in the Yanhuang University entrance exam. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't do it this way. The death rate of the Yanhuang University entrance exam every year is so high because there are these idiots from the countryside who go to die one after another. God knows how many people are holding them back. He looked down on the examinees from other cities, and there was a hint of arrogance in his words. Young Master Su, you can't say that. Without these idiots as a foil, how would you know the strength of Beijing? Yes, yes, yes. Don't say such disappointing words. We are here to have fun. That's right, that's right. Although the candidates from the other cities are weaker, there are quite a number of beauties. Those women from the countryside are all inexperienced. If you just hook up with a few of them, you'll be rolling in the sheets tonight. This is much more cost-effective than spending money. At least it doesn't cost money. The group of descendants of the big shots in Beijing laughed. Chapter 228. At that moment, the young masters of Tianshui City were excited to see the candidates from Huajing. Those are the descendants of the big shots in Huajing. Every one of them is from a powerful family. Let's go. Getting to know these geniuses will be beneficial for our exam. Indeed, if we can curry favor with these geniuses and get them to pay more attention to us during the exam, then our chances of passing the exam will be higher. If we can gain their friendship, it'll be good for our families too. For a big family like this, even a little bit of benefit is enough to fill our heads with fat. The young masters of Tianshui City were all discussing among themselves. They all had their own wishful thinking. Let's go together. It'll be good to get to know the geniuses of Huajing. As the leader of these young masters, Qin Muyang immediately made a decision and led a group of people over. I'll go and say hello too. It's etiquette. Nangong Wu had no choice but to go. After all, her Nangong family had a lot of business and even had connections with the big families in Huajing. If she didn't go and say hello, it would upset some big shots in Huajing, which would have a big impact on the Nangong family in the future. Although they were reluctant, they had to abide by the rules of the families. It wasn't just the young masters of Tianshui City who did this. Young masters from other cities also went up to chat with the young masters of Huajing. It was a lively scene. "Xia Ping, aren't you going to take a look?" Jiang Yaru asked. Xia Ping waved his hand. "I'm not interested. I'd rather eat here and sleep." He had no interest in joining in the fun. What geniuses of Huajing! They were worth less than a ham. He picked up a piece of ham and munched on it. "All you know is to eat." Jiang Yaru looked at Xia Ping with disdain. However, she wasn't too interested in getting to know these so-called descendants of the big shots in Huajing. Right now, she only cared about whether she could pass Yanhuang University's exam. Everything else was secondary. Chu Rong had the same thought. Instead of getting to know these rich kids, she'd rather eat the food at the banquet. These were all rare and expensive delicacies. This meal went on for half an hour. Xia Ping, Chu Rong, and Jiang Yaru let their bellies go, ignoring the social activities of the other candidates. They ate until their stomachs were bloated and they couldn't eat anymore. "Ah!" At this moment, a scream came from afar, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering. "What's wrong?" This voice is very familiar. Is it Nangong Wu's voice? Chu Rong and Jiang Yaru immediately reacted. They could tell that the scream sounded like Nangong Wu. Then, they looked over and immediately saw a group of people surrounding them. They seemed to be the candidates of Huajing City. Nangong Wu looked very excited and wanted to leave, but she was stopped. As for Qin Muyang and the others, they stood at the side with awkward expressions. They wanted to say something but did not dare to move. "Let's go and take a look." Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately led Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong over. But just as they reached the edge of the crowd, a tall Huajing student walked out. He was 2 meters tall, and his body was covered in muscles. He stared at Xia Ping fiercely. "Little brat, don't meddle in other people's business, this has nothing to do with you, hurry up and scram for me." He clenched his fists, making popping sounds, displaying his explosive strength. This man was in the first sky of the martial artist realm, and his strength was even greater than Qin Muyang's. Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong were both shocked. They could feel the threat coming from this man, as if they would be torn to shreds if they made any moves. Bang! Xia Ping stepped forward. Without saying anything, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He suddenly moved, circulating the true qi in his body and punched through the air like a black bear roaring, causing the air to tremble. "Ah!" The tall candidate was caught off guard and did not have time to react. His abdomen was hit, and he let out a shrill scream, almost spitting out bile. His huge body was sent flying like a piece of straw, smashing into the crowd. With a few bangs, he hit several Huajing candidates, sending them flying. The area in front of him was instantly cleared. 5 or 6 candidates had their ribs broken, and they fell to the ground screaming. The tall candidate was on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Clearly, he had been knocked out by a single punch. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people all stepped aside, shocked. Someone actually dared to make a move here, unscrupulously. Immediately, they did not dare to stand in the way, afraid that the other party was a demon with a powerful background. Xia Ping stepped forward and saw Nangong Wu in the middle of the crowd. Her face was red, and her expression was very unnatural. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger and panic, and there were several Huajing candidates surrounding her, as if not letting her go. The boss behind these candidates was obviously Qin Muyang of Huajing. "Xia Ping, what are you doing here? How dare you cause trouble in front of so many people? What a scandal! Hurry up and apologize." Seeing Xia Ping walk over, Qin Muyang immediately became anxious. He knew this brat's personality, and he was definitely the lawless type. Since this brat was here, this matter would definitely be blown out of proportion. The problem was that the people present were basically the descendants of the big shots in Huajing, and all of them were extremely powerful. One spit from each of them could kill them, so how could they afford to offend them? If it was just this brat who offended them, it would be fine. The problem was that they were afraid that the anger of these big shots' descendants would spread to them, and they would be implicated. Scram! Xia Ping only said one word, completely ignoring Qin Muyang. He stepped forward and pulled Nangong Wu away. The people surrounding them were also very afraid, and didn't dare to stop them. Because just now, that first heavenly layer fighter had been sent flying by a single punch from this brat, and he had no way to resist. He had displayed his powerful martial arts strength, and there weren't many present who dared to underestimate him. Xia Ping. Seeing Xia Ping arrive, Nangong Wu immediately relaxed. She didn't know why, but she had a great sense of trust in this man, so she let him hold her little hand and stood by his side. What happened? Xia Ping looked at Nangong Wu and asked. Before Nangong Wu could say anything, at this moment, with a bang, she suddenly fell onto Xia Ping's chest, unconscious. She's been drugged. At this time, Chu Rong and Jiang Yaru also came over. When Chu Rong saw Nangong Wu's appearance, she could immediately tell that there was something wrong with her body. Her face was as red as a tomato. Her father was the dojo master, and he had once gone out to the wild to hunt monsters. He knew many despicable methods, and he had taught her a lot of knowledge in this area. Chapter 229. Drugged? Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light. At a banquet, they had publicly drugged a woman, causing her to fall unconscious. Even an idiot would know what they wanted to do to her. Immediately, a trace of anger surged in his heart. He stared at the Huajing candidates, his eyes emitting a murderous aura. Jiang Yaru was also furious. If they hadn't arrived in time, who knew what kind of treatment Nangong Wu would have received? These guys were too arrogant and lawless. Perhaps these people thought that because they were the descendants of the big shots in Huajing, they could do anything, dared to do anything, and weren't afraid of any punishment. Which one of you drugged her? Step forward immediately. I promise you, only your third leg will be broken. Nothing else will be broken. I mean it. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes, staring at these people. Student, you've misunderstood. We didn't drug her. We only invited her to drink a few glasses of wine. That's right. Isn't it normal to drink a few glasses of wine at a banquet? Why are you making a fuss here? That's right. She's only unconscious now because she can't handle the alcohol. More than a dozen Huajing candidates stepped forward, one after another, saying that Nangong Wu's sudden coma wasn't because she was drugged, but because she couldn't handle the alcohol. That's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask this student here. He also came with this lady. We didn't have any special intentions. One of the Huajing candidates pointed at Qin Muyang, asking him to testify. Xia Ping, Chu Rong, and Jiang Yaru all looked at him. This. Qin Muyang hesitated, his expression uncertain. He gritted his teeth and said, that's right. Nangong Wu can't handle the alcohol. That's why she suddenly fell unconscious. She wasn't drugged. You guys are making too much of a fuss. I can testify that Nangong Wu only drank a few glasses of red wine. Everything is normal. But he knew the truth. After 2 months of cultivation, with the full support of the Nangong family, Nangong Wu had already reached the first sky of the fighter realm. It could be said that her physique was almost as strong as his. How could such a strong fighter get drunk after drinking a few glasses of wine? If it wasn't for the drug, this wouldn't have happened. Even so, the pressure from the descendants of the big shots in Huajing was too great. If he stood up to testify against these people now, he would face pressure from these families in Huajing. At that time, what would happen to the Qin family? They would definitely be in big trouble. Therefore, he could only speak against his conscience and did not dare to speak the truth. After all, the Qin family was only a small fry in the entire Yangzhou district. Compared to those big families in Huajing, they were like ants. How could he dare to offend them? The other examinees were silent as well. They weren't fools. All of them were elites of the academy, existences akin to the top students. If they were truly fools, how could they be qualified to stand here? However, because he was too smart and knew everything, he chose to remain silent. No one would offend the descendants of so many big shots in Huajing City for someone unrelated. That would be courting death. Humph, everything is normal. Jiang Yaru sneered, you're all putting on airs, but I didn't think you were all this kind of trash. In any case, I'll report this to the police and have a doctor come and check if it's normal. If there's any drug residue on her, all of you will be stripped of your exam qualifications. She was furious. These rich heirs of Huajing City were too arrogant. They actually dared to drug Nangong Wu in public. If they hadn't discovered it in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Hearing this, the faces of the examinees changed. If this matter was reported to the police, their reputations would be ruined. Not even Yanhuang University would tolerate them. This top university wouldn't accept examinees with bad records, no matter how talented they were. That was the rule. Even though they were descendants of the big families in the capital of Yangzhou district, compared to Yanhuang University, they weren't even worth a fart. They couldn't even compare. Without the exam qualifications, they wouldn't be able to get into Yanhuang University. Their lives would be over. After all, big families had countless descendants. People who could replace them could be found everywhere. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately, the examinees from Huajing stood up and surrounded Xiaoping's group. Girl, don't go too far. Do you want to offend all the families in Huajing? We said it was an accident, so it was an accident. Do you want to make a big deal out of it? You want to call the police and have a doctor examine you? Do you want to go too far? If you piss us off, you won't be able to walk out the door. The examinees from Huajing sneered and stared at Xiaoping's group. They all emitted a terrifying killing intent. These people who wanted to ruin their futures, they definitely wouldn't let them go. What do you want? Jiang Yaru clenched his teeth. He could feel that these examinees from Huajing were up to no good. It seemed like they wanted to capture all of them, or even kill them to silence them. What do you want? At this time, the leader of the group, Su Yang, stood up. His expression was arrogant and his tone dark. You've gone too far. This was supposed to be a banquet. Everyone should have a good time, drink some wine, and have a good night. But you guys don't know how to appreciate favors. You even wanted to call the police and make a big deal out of it. You even injured my people. How do you want to settle this? A good night? Chu Rong sneered. You drugged my friend, and this is how you call it a good night? How unreasonable. If you have the guts, talk to the police. Shut up. Did I allow you to speak? You're just a bitch. What right do you have to talk in front of me? Su Yang's expression was cold as he suddenly attacked. With a boom, he slapped out like lightning. The surrounding examinees couldn't even see the speed of his attack. A cold light flashed in the air, like a poisonous snake catching its prey. This was the power of the third sky of the fighter realm. Bastard! Chu Rong felt like she was in an ice cave. Her whole body was cold, as if she had been locked on by a strong aura. Even though she could feel the attack, her body couldn't react. Bang! At this moment, Xiaoping attacked. He punched out, shaking the air. His fist immediately collided with the opponent's fist. Two strong waves of true qi collided, like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The air exploded, and the shockwave spread out in all directions. The marble floor cracked, and a dozen cracks appeared. With a cracking sound, gravel flew everywhere, and smoke billowed. Retreat! Chapter 230. Second Heaven of Martial Artist Realm. Su Yang stared at Xiaoping, who had blocked his attack, and said, There is actually a genius like you in the small Tianshui city. You can be promoted to the second heaven of the martial artist realm at such a young age? But do you think that you can behave atrociously here and stop me, Su Yang? Although he was blocked by Xiaoping just now, he did not use his full strength. Therefore, he was still extremely confident. He was a powerhouse in the third heaven of the martial artist realm. He could defeat this country boy easily. The second heaven of the martial artist realm? Everyone was shocked. Although it was not difficult to advance to the martial warrior realm in a metropolis like Huajing City, it was quite difficult in a small city. Any one of them could be considered a genius. When did this kid advance to the martial artist realm? Furthermore, he has reached the second heaven realm and cleared 2 acupoints. Qin Muyang and the others were also shocked and incredulous. They knew that when this kid was in the fighting competition, he was only at the 9th heaven of the martial disciple realm. He was far away from the martial warrior realm, but now he had advanced to the 2nd heaven of the martial warrior realm, surpassing Qin Muyang. This is the talent needed to join the giant company? This is the talent needed to become a king realm expert. Qin Muyang felt suffocated. He didn't dare to believe this. He originally thought that he could suppress Xia Ping with his cultivation, and with the resources of the Qin family, he would definitely have the upper hand. However, in just 2 months, this kid had been promoted to the 2nd heaven of the martial artist realm. This was simply incredible. Initially, the others were a little unconvinced that Xia Ping could join the giant corporation. This brat wasn't that amazing, and they would be able to surpass him in the future. But now, from the looks of it, Xia Ping was a martial warrior who had opened 2 acupoints. If that was the case, how could they surpass them? Amazing! Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong were also shocked as they looked at Xia Ping. Stop you, Su Yang! Xia Ping clenched his fists and looked at him indifferently. You're a little too arrogant. If I really made a move, I could instantly cripple you and beat you up like a dead dog. The only reason you're still able to stand before me and speak is because I've been merciful. Hand over the person who drugged you, and I'll spare you this once. Of course, you can only do it once. If you do it again, you'll die. His body exuded a powerful aura that pressed down on this group of people. Damn it, who's the arrogant one? A piece of trash from the countryside dares to speak to us. You crippled Brother Su in an instant. Who do you think you are? Don't you know how to catch your breath when you talk big? Teach this kid a lesson. He can't do whatever he wants in Huajing. Hearing Xia Ping's words, the candidates in Huajing City were all enraged. They were born in Huajing City, the capital of the Yangzhou district. Furthermore, they were from aristocratic families. They were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Whether in terms of talent or resources, Huajing was superior to other cities. Huajing accounted for half of the students who could enter Yanhuang University in the entire Yangzhou district. It could be said that whether it was their strength or their background, they were many times better than those students from small cities and places. They were born with a sense of superiority. For them, except for the super cities like Huajing, the other places were all rural areas, and the candidates from those places were all country bumpkins. But even such a country bumpkin dared to look down on them. Was this a joke? Su Yang's face darkened as he clenched his fists. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, 3 candidates from Huajing City rushed out. They were all at the 2nd sky of the fighter realm and had opened 2 acupoints. The true qi in their bodies was extremely strong. Even if Qin Muyang, a 1st sky of the fighter realm warrior, were here, he would be crippled with a single punch. He wouldn't even have the right to stand in front of them and talk nonsense. But the 3 of them attacked at the same time, like tigers and leopards, attacking Xia Ping. Oh no! Chu Rong and Jiang Yaru were both shocked. They could feel the strength of these candidates. Not only did they have extremely high cultivation, but they also seemed to have been through hundreds of battles and had rich combat experience. This was normal. In Huajing City, the capital of the Yangzhou district, the competition was fierce. There were many famous teachers and many martial arts centers. Fights were fought almost every day. There were also all kinds of school training and field training, which also trained the candidates in Huajing City. Some geniuses were even on par with warriors who hunted in the wild all year round. Get lost! Xia Ping stood where he was, calmly looking at the 3 candidates from Huajing City charging at him, and shouted a single word. But while it was just one word, it contained the extremely thick true chi in his body. He also used the second form of the myriad beast's fist, the supreme technique of lion's roar. Boom! In just one breath, the air vibrated, almost solidifying. The sound waves exploded, sweeping out like a tidal wave. It was like a lion walking in the forest, and thousands of beasts crawling before it. A single roar could shatter the enemy's courage. And just like that, this force landed squarely on the three candidates. Ah! The three candidates from Huajing screamed in agony. The shockwave had damaged their lungs, and even their bones were broken by the force. They had been charging into the air, but now they fell like kites with their strings cut. With a few thuds, they fell to the ground, covering their ears and rolling around, crying out in pain. The ground was destroyed by the sound waves, and more than a dozen terrifying cracks appeared. The glass around them shattered, and the shards fell to the ground, creating a mess. The surrounding candidates also covered their ears and took a dozen steps back, barely managing to withstand it. Even so, they felt their eardrums ringing, as if they were about to go deaf. This. The candidates from Huajing City were not the only ones who were stunned. Candidates from other cities were also stunned by this scene. With just a single roar, three powerhouses of the same level were heavily injured. Three candidates from Huajing City fell to the ground and lost their ability to fight. This combat ability was terrifying to the extreme. Qin Muyang and the others trembled in fear. This man was even more terrifying, many times more terrifying than he had been 2 months ago. He was practically a king of beasts. If they had only been able to see his back before, now they couldn't even see his back. Favored by the heavens? Xia Ping sneered and said, "You can't even withstand a single roar from me, and you can't even stand firmly in front of me. How dare you call yourselves favored by the heavens? How dare you? By the way, didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson and teach me a lesson? Get over here, all of you. I'd like to see how good you are." Chapter 231. You! Hearing this, the candidates of Huajing City were furious. Every single one of them wanted to beat the kid to death and chop him into minced meat. They were the geniuses of Huajing City, the capital of the Yangzhou district. They were born to be superior and thought that the other cities were the countryside and that the candidates of other cities were all bumpkins who could only suck up to them. They also enjoyed the flattery of other candidates and became the focus of the banquet. But now, this bastard actually dared to speak such nonsense here, mocking them here, saying how they had the face to do this. It was really too hateful. However, Xia Ping's move just now was too terrifying. With a roar, the forest shook and the sound waves surged. 3 experts at the second heaven of the martial artist realm joined forces, but they were still severely injured in an instant. Even the earth had been destroyed to such a state. This combat power was terrifying. Even though they were not satisfied, they did not dare to say anything. "Kid!" Su Yang couldn't take it anymore. He took a step forward and a terrifying aura surged from his body. He stared at Xia Ping and said, "You are too arrogant and unscrupulous. How dare you injure a candidate from Huajing as if no one else is around? But you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me, Su Yang. You are not qualified at all. Do you understand?" He shouted angrily and attacked. His attack was thunderous, displaying the powerful true chi of a martial warrior of the third sky. There seemed to be thunder in the air, roaring and shocking. He gathered all his strength in his right hand and attacked. It was earth-shattering. Right now, Su Yang was furious to the extreme. If the kid continued to act so brazenly and trample on the candidates of Huajing City would lose all face if he was allowed to leave unscathed. Even the Su family would be humiliated. No matter what, he had to teach this kid a lesson. First move of Su clan's divine hands, Thunder Break. Great, Su Yang finally made his move. This kid is no match for him. Su Yang is a martial warrior of the third sky. His true chi is twice as strong as his. He can crush him with his bare hands. That's not all. Su Yang is also proficient in the Su family's martial technique, the Su clan's divine hand. It's tyrannical and formidable. During the cataclysm, the Su family used this martial technique to slay countless monsters. This is a master-level martial skill: Thunder Break, Mountain Opening Mirror, Sky Piercing Strike, 10,000 Arrows Drill, Diamond Drill. Each of these moves contains an extremely terrifying power. The candidates in Huajing City were all discussing excitedly. They were full of confidence in Su Yang, not only because he was at the third heaven of the martial warrior realm, but more importantly because he had cultivated a master-level martial technique. This martial art technique alone made his battle prowess so great that he could stand among the top 10 candidates in Huajing City and suppress countless geniuses. For a bastard from the countryside, this kind of combat strength was more than enough. One move was enough to beat the crap out of this brat. Xia Ping stood still and made his move. His whole body was like an ancient black bear, containing an ancient aura. The whole ground seemed to tremble. He stretched out his right hand as if he was holding up the heaven and earth. A terrifying giant palm was condensed and slammed down. The air exploded and actually became solid, like water ripples spreading in all directions. Boom! The third move of the myriad beast's fist, bear-splitting palm. This power collided fiercely with Su Yang's. It was like two volcanoes erupting. Strong gales shot out in all directions, sweeping through the surroundings. The ground crackled, and terrifying cracks appeared on it. Sand and stones flew into the air. How is this possible? Su Yang had completely underestimated Xia Ping. Even if Xia Ping was at the second heaven of the martial warrior realm, he had cultivated the pure Yang immortal technique. His true qi was extremely dense, several times more than that of an ordinary martial artist. His strength was not inferior to Su Yang's. Moreover, the myriad beast's fist was a tyrannical martial art technique above the king realm. It contained the power of an ancient fierce beast. With one slap, it was as if an ancient fierce beast was born and could tear everything apart. Ah! Su Luo was unable to withstand the force, and like a flood bursting through a dam, he was sent flying like a rubber ball, as if he had been slapped by a bear. The bones in his arms broke in an instant, and with a cracking sound, he flew more than 10 meters away. The 5 or 6 people behind him could not dodge in time and were also hit by his body, flying backward together. In the end, the group of people were also seriously injured and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. And Su Yang also fell to the ground, smashing a human-shaped pit in the ground. He was in great pain. Just as he was about to struggle up, with a whoosh, Xia Ping appeared in front of him. What? Before Su Yang could figure out what Xia Ping wanted to do, he saw Xia Ping raise his foot and stomp on his right leg, like a bear hammering the ground. With a bang, the bones in his right leg were immediately crushed. At the same time, accompanied by Su Yang's shrill scream, even the ground was shaken into a crack. You! Su Yang hugged his broken right leg, widened his eyes, and glared at Xia Ping angrily. He never thought that this bastard would dare to do such a cruel thing to him. He did not waste any time talking and just crippled his right leg with one kick. So cruel. The candidates of Huajin City were all dumbfounded. They felt a chill run up their soles. These young masters had never seen such a cruel person easily crippling someone's arms and legs. Cruel to the extreme. This kid is crazy. Qin Muyang and the others were also trembling, scared half to death. Their faces were all green. They had thought that even if Xia Ping was arrogant in Tianshui City, he would be more low-key after coming out with so many capable people. But now, it seemed that low-key bro, my ass. No one could be more high-profile than him. One had to know who Su Yang was. He was a direct descendant of the Su clan in Jingcheng. His father was the mayor of Huajin City, Suan. His relatives were all in the Yangzhou district, and his friends were all descendants of the big families in Huajin City. This kind of person was many times more terrifying than the Qin clan. He was a real big shot. But this kid, without saying anything, instantly crippled Su Yang's right leg. He wanted to die. I said it. Xia Ping looked down at Su Yang indifferently. I could cripple you with one move, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? You! Su Yang was mad. Just to make him believe such a ridiculous thing, Yi Futian actually crippled his right leg. Too arrogant, too absurd. With a bang, Xia Ping kicked again, crushing Su Yang's left leg with one kick, making a cracking sound. Ah! Su Yang screamed in pain, like a pig being slaughtered. Sweat poured down his forehead. This pain was worse than a girl giving birth. It was as if ants were biting his bones. Chapter 232. You have a death wish. You have a death wish. Su Yang hugged his broken legs and roared angrily. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear the kid in front of him into pieces. He had never suffered such pain in his life. Even his father had never hit him like this. But this bastard had broken his legs in front of so many people. He was furious. If looks could kill, Xia Ping would have been riddled with holes. This. At this time, the organizer finally arrived. When he saw the mess on the ground and Su Yang lying on the ground with both of his legs broken, his eyes widened in shock. This was a direct descendant of the Su clan of Huajing. He was extremely powerful. Who dared to do this to him? Who dared to cripple him like this? You, which city and school are you from? How dare you do this to young Master Su? Do you know that this is a crime? Do you know that you will be disqualified? If you anger the Su clan, the entire Yangzhou district will not tolerate you. Do you know that? The organizer was furious and glared at Xia Ping. They wanted nothing more than to beat this bastard half to death. He was too arrogant. How dare he do this to Su Yang? Now a descendant of the Su clan was beaten up at a banquet, and in such a pitiful state. If this matter were to spread out, the Su clan would be enraged. They wouldn't be able to bear the consequences, and they didn't know what would happen to them. It didn't matter if this bastard was courting death, but he just had to drag them down with him. A small punishment is just a warning. Xia Ping didn't think much of it and said indifferently, he dared to drug my people and even dared to clamor in front of me. I'll break his legs and let him know what's good for him. Fortunately, this is a city and there are laws. If this were the wild, I would have killed him. Regardless of whether this kid drugged Nangong Wu or not, he was the leader of the candidates in Huajing. This incident was definitely related to him. Maybe he was the one who did it. That was why Xia Ping did this. A lunatic. He was a lunatic. A group of people stared at Xia Ping, dumbfounded. He was a descendant of the Su family in Huajing. Now that Su Yang's legs were broken, the Su family would be furious. However, not only did this bastard not apologize, but he was also unscrupulous, saying that this was a small punishment to warn others. Just how arrogant was this bastard going to be before he would let it go? Did he really think that there was no one else in Huajing City? Bullshit. Even if the people of Huajing make a mistake, it's us who teach them a lesson. How can a country bumpkin like you teach them a small lesson? Who do you think you are? One of the candidates from Huajing was enraged and cursed loudly. He's too arrogant. He beat up Big Brother Su like this, but not only does he not feel the slightest bit of regret, he's even proud of himself here. This kind of person is simply a murderer. We should call the police and arrest him. That's right. How dare he commit murder in Huajing? He's looking down on us. My father is the deputy director of the Huajing Police Department. One word from him and he can take him away and lock him up for decades. Everyone, let's surround him. Don't let this murderer get away. A black sheep like him shouldn't even be taking the Yanhuang University entrance exam. He's the scum of humanity. Many of the candidates from Huajing cursed loudly. Their eyes were dark and some even had a hint of viciousness in them. Clearly, they were all very angry at Xiaoping's actions. A country bumpkin from another place actually dared to commit murder on such a scene, slapping their faces like this. How could they swallow this insult? These rich kids from Huajing were all very vicious. They planned to use their power to call the police and arrest the kid. So what if this guy was talented in martial arts? Once he went to jail, he wouldn't be able to take the Yanhuang University entrance exam. His future would be completely ruined. This country bumpkin dared to act presumptuously in their territory. He had a death wish. They all looked at Xiaoping with cold smiles, as if they were looking at a dead man. It's over. This kid is completely finished. Of all the people he could have offended, he had to offend these rich kids from Huajing. Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't have done this. This group of people are all descendants of the big families in Huajing. They have great power. With a phone call, they can mobilize the power of the entire city. Where can this kid run to? Once he's caught by the police, he'll be thrown into jail immediately. He won't even be able to take the Yanhuang University entrance exam. When he comes out, he'll be in his 70s or 80s. What future does he have? He'll have to live until he's in his 70s or 80s. Once he's in jail, these rich kids will play some tricks. After a few years, he might even die in an accident. Many of the candidates looked at Xiaoping with pity. They could tell that this kid was definitely a genius. To be able to cultivate to the second heaven of the martial warrior realm in a small city, his talent was unimaginable. He might even be above everyone else. Even Su Yang, a genius of Huajing, had been beaten like a dead dog by him. One could imagine how terrifying this kid was. Given time, his future would be unimaginable. The problem was that he had offended countless rich kids in Huajing, including the Su family. What future did he have? Tonight, he would go to jail and never get out. Shut up. At this moment, Feng Hetang jumped out and shouted at the group of people, a bunch of dogs who don't know how to appreciate favors. How can you speak to my big brother like this? Don't you know what it means to be respectful? All of you want to kill my big brother. Don't you know how to spell the word death? He was like a loyal lackey, spittle flying everywhere as he looked at the rich kids in Huajing with disdain. What the hell, this damn fatty. The faces of the candidates in Huajing were very gloomy. At this time, there were still people who dared to come out and yell at them. Loyal protectors were looking down on them. Now that Huajing's reputation had fallen to such an extent, some random country bastards from God knows where dared to yell at them. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Feng Hetang looked at the group of people with disdain. All of you are not convinced and are glaring at me. Are you unhappy with me? I'm doing this to save your lives. Do you know that? Don't think that just because you are from a big family in Huajing that you can jump around here. My big brother, Xiaoping, is an official member of the Giant Corporation. Do you know what the Giant Corporation is? The 3 super giants of planet Yanhuang. They are the super overlords of the economy of planet Yanhuang. Their top executives are all in the King realm. A casual breath from them can scare Huajing into catching a cold for 3 days. And my big brother is a member of this super organization. At this point, he became even more arrogant. You bunch of trash want to use dirty tricks against my big brother? Have you asked the Giant Corporation? Have you asked your dad? Chapter 233. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They looked at Xiaoping in disbelief. They would never have thought that Xiaoping was an official member of the Giant Company. Everyone who could join the Giant Company was a peerless genius. Even in Huajing, there weren't many people who could join such a behemoth. If this kid was really a member of the Giant Company, then their tricks would be useless. They might even anger the Giant Company and cause them trouble. Su Yang's expression was dark. Facing a huge organization like the Giant Company, even his Su family couldn't handle it. It was impossible to use his family's power to deal with this kid. Instead, he had to worry that this kid would use the power of the giant company to deal with his Sioux family. "It's you, right? It was you just now, right?" Feng Hatong's eyes were sharp. He immediately pointed at a young man in a yellow shirt. "You said your dad is the deputy director of the police station. With a phone call, he can arrest my brother and throw him in jail. Go and call. If you have the guts, do it now." He was arrogant and looked at the Huajing candidates with disdain. He didn't care about these candidates at all. This. The man in yellow's face turned green. He couldn't say anything. If Xia Ping was really a member of the giant company, even if he called, it would be useless. Even if his father found out that he had foolishly offended a member of the giant company, he would probably personally break his legs and apologize to him. "Why don't I call? If you don't have a phone, I can lend it to you. If you don't have a phone, I can give it to you. I don't lack money." Seeing that the man in yellow was scared, Feng Hatong looked at him with disdain. "Are you scared? I'll tell you the truth. If my brother is angry, he can make a phone call and your dad will have to step down right now. Do you believe me? When my brother is angry, even I am afraid. You guys are still here and don't know how high the sky is. You're still showing off here, saying that you are the second generation of officials and rich people in Huajing. With one sentence, you can mobilize all the power in Huajing. If you have the guts, continue to do it. Fuck this fatty." The faces of the examinees from Huajing City turned green. They wanted nothing more than to give Feng Hatong a good beating. Even if Xia Ping was really a member of the giant corporation, that was Xia Ping's business. What did it have to do with a fatty like him? And now, he was acting as though he was a member of the giant corporation, mocking them. Even if he was a fox borrowing the tiger's might, there should be a limit. "Damn fatty, don't go too far," the yellow-robed man said with grief and indignation. With a slap, Feng Hatong stepped forward and slapped the yellow-clothed man, sending him flying. He spun 360 degrees in the air before finally falling to the ground, and a red handprint appeared on his fair and tender face. "Too much. Slapping you right now is too much." Feng Hatong sneered, "You drugged my big brother's fiancée and wanted to send my big brother to jail. You're still here talking nonsense. Aren't you guys going overboard? Now that you know my big brother is someone from the giant company, you don't dare to be arrogant anymore. Are you a coward now? A dog relying on its master's power." This was clearly a dog relying on its master's power. The Huajing candidates all gritted their teeth, and the veins on their foreheads popped out. This damn fatty's behavior was even more domineering than them, the young masters of Huajing. They had never seen such a cocky person before. Chu Rong and Jiang Yaru's mouths twitched. Before, this Feng Hatong was still a young master, a second-generation heir. But now, he was so skilled at being a lackey, biting anyone he caught. This ability to provoke hatred was even better than Xia Ping's. Anyone would want to beat this fatty up. Xia Ping was also a bit speechless. But with Feng Hatong standing up for him, he could indeed intimidate these young masters of Huajing. That's enough. Let's end this here. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform walked over. Behind him were dozens of soldiers. His body emitted a tyrannical aura, suppressing the entire audience. Everyone could see that this was a martial arts grandmaster. He was terrifying to the extreme. Division Chief Chen. The banquet manager's expression changed when he saw the man in military uniform. He hurried over to greet him, because the man in front of him was a high-ranking government official. He was the organizer of this banquet. And he was only a manager, equivalent to the other party's subordinate. "Mr. Xia." The man in military uniform ignored the manager. He looked directly at Xia Ping and smiled. "I've been friends with Gu Peng for many years. I've also heard of your name from him. Now that I see it, you are indeed young and promising. I wonder if you can give me some face and bury the hatchet. And if this matter gets out of hand, I'm afraid it will affect Yenhuang University's exam tomorrow. It won't be good for either side. He put on a warm expression and discussed with Xia Ping. What? Seeing the man's attitude, Su Yang and the others were shocked. They knew that this middle-aged man was Division Chief Chen Hai of Huajing's security department. He had the strength of a grandmaster and was unparalleled. Such a person would be an absolutely distinguished guest in any force. All the big families in Huajing respected this man very much and told their children not to offend him. However, such a person actually treated Xia Ping like a spring breeze and was very kind. This was simply a fantasy. After all, everyone knew that this Director Chen had always been serious and incorruptible. From this, it could be seen that Feng Hetong did not say anything. This kid was indeed an official member of the giant company. Otherwise, Chen Hai, a grandmaster, would not have to be so polite to a junior. Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He looked at Chen Hai and thought carefully. If this matter got out of hand, it would not do him much good. It would also affect Yenhuang University's exam tomorrow. The loss outweighed the gain. More importantly, with Chen Hai here, even if he wanted to cause trouble, he would not be able to do so. Alright, I'll give you face. Xia Ping nodded and let Su Yang go for now. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Hearing this, Chen Hai smiled. He turned to his subordinates and said, take all the injured people away and take good care of them. More than a dozen people immediately stepped forward and carried the injured candidates away on stretchers. Su Yang was seriously injured, so he was taken away as well. But Su Yang and the others were extremely sullen. When they came to the genius banquet, they were in high spirits and were definitely the focus of the crowd. They even planned to have a good night at the banquet. But now, he was beaten like a dead dog and was even carried away on a stretcher. Without a doubt, if what happened tonight spread out, Su Yang would become the laughingstock of the entire Huajing. It was so humiliating that he could not bear it. He fiercely glared at Xia Ping, revealing a trace of resentment. Chapter 234. Hotel Room. At this time, Nangong Wu was quietly lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Her face was flushed and her body temperature was rising as if she had a fever. Only Xia Ping, Jiang Yaru, and Chu Rong were in the room. Xia Ping. Jiang Yaru looked at Xia Ping suspiciously. Why didn't you take Nangong Wu to the hospital? Why did you bring her to this room? What are you up to? Xia Ping blinked. Because that bastard drugged Nangong Wu. Even if she went to the hospital, there was no way to cure it. Even if she went to the hospital. Hearing this, Jiang Yaru's expression changed. She seemed to remember something and became furious. Could it be that those bastards drugged Nangong Wu with that shameless drug? She immediately remembered that there was a drug that worked on women, causing their hormones to rise sharply. Even if she went to the hospital, there was no way to cure it. If it was that shameless drug, then there was no way to cure it even if she went to the hospital. How could this be? Is there no antidote? Chu Rong's expression changed. She clenched her fists in anger. Her hatred for those Huajing candidates grew even more. If they hadn't stopped him in time, Nangong Wu's innocence would have been ruined. But now, it seemed like the situation wasn't getting any better. Antidote? Of course I do. Otherwise, why would I send her to the hotel? Xia Ping patted his chest, full of confidence, saying that he had the antidote to save Nangong Wu. Really? Jiang Yaru was overjoyed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out the antidote to wake Nangong Wu up. Hey, wait a minute. Why are you taking off your clothes? Shameless pervert, what are you doing here? Don't you know there's a girl here? Don't you know what shame is? She glared at Xia Ping. She wanted nothing more than to give this bastard a good beating. What kind of man was this? Taking off his clothes as he spoke was shameless to the extreme. And in the time it took to speak, this bastard had stripped down to his underwear. This situation made her heart jump and her ears turn red. She wanted nothing more than to kick this bastard. Although this bastard had a good figure and a six-pack, he couldn't just take off his clothes so casually. It was too shameless. Rogue! Chu Rong's face also turned red. She spat and didn't dare to look. Do you still not understand? I'm the biggest antidote. As long as I sleep with her, this drug will be cured in minutes. It's not a big deal. Xia Ping was calm and unruffled. He even folded his clothes neatly and said casually. For things like this, I've always been duty-bound to do it without any regard for my own safety. Don't worry, if you get poisoned by this drug in the future, you can give me a call. At that time, no matter where I am, I will drop everything and rush over immediately. I won't waste even half a second. He patted his chest, indicating that if Chu Rong and Jiang Yaru had such a need, he would not hesitate to help them. Bullshit. Chu Rong was angered half to death as she glared at this shameless hooligan. She was still wondering what method this bastard was going to use to save Nangongwu, but she never thought that it would be such a rotten idea. Using herself as a major antidote and helping them detoxify the poison. Detoxify my ass. He clearly wanted to have sex with Nangongwu. He wanted to form a friendship with Nangongwu. He wanted to take advantage of her. This kind of behavior was no different from those shameless Huajing examinees. It was shameless to the extreme. Shameless. Jiang Yaru's face also turned red. She glared at him. What did he mean by, I will not hesitate to rush over if I have such a need? How could he say something so shameless? This bastard's skin was so thick that it could be compared to a chopping board. Even bullets couldn't penetrate it. Paw! This shameless hooligan also wanted such a good thing. He better not even think about it. Even if this hooligan was the only man left in the world, she definitely wouldn't let him detoxify the poison. Wait, what's going on? Take it off. This bastard is even going to take off his underwear. Stop, hooligan. Jiang Yaru immediately stopped Xia Ping. If you dare take off your underwear, I'll fight you to the death and call the police to arrest you. She glared at Xia Ping and bared her teeth. Chu Rong also glared at Xia Ping as if she was looking at some kind of pervert. You guys are going a bit too far. Xia Ping stopped what he was doing and shouted, You clearly know that Nangongwu is in danger, yet you still want to stop me? Do you think I'm willing to do this kind of thing? No, actually, I'm not willing either. I'm completely forced into this. But apart from me, who else can save Nangongwu? There's no one left. So, I'm sacrificing myself to save people. This doesn't have any bad taste. It's purely a medical action. It can be said to be a surgery. Yes, you can just treat it as a surgery. You guys go wait outside for 2 hours. When the time is up, I'll call you in. At that time, Nangongwu will wake up, and I'll say that everything went smoothly. Everything was perfect. He put on a righteous expression and waved his hand for Chu Rong and Jiang Yaru to wait outside. Bullshit surgery. Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong glared at Xia Ping. After being together for so long, how could they not understand this hoodlum's personality? He clearly wanted to take advantage of the girl while she was still unconscious. He wanted to seize Nangongwu's innocence. When the time came, the rice would be cooked, and the wood would be the boat. With that, how could Nangongwu still be able to escape? She would have long since fallen into the hands of this shameless man. If she was careless this time and gave birth to a child, Nangongwu would most likely have to work like a cow or a horse for him for the rest of her life. They were very clear about Xia Ping's evil intentions. They definitely couldn't let this guy succeed. Moreover, he wanted them to wait outside the room. Wait my ass. Could they just watch as this shameless Xia Ping did all sorts of indescribable things to Nangongwu in the room? What's wrong? What surgery? What are you guys arguing about? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Nangongwu, you're awake. Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong were both overjoyed. They saw that the unconscious Nangongwu had woken up. She was lying on the bed, rubbing her eyes, as if she was still in a daze. "What are you guys doing in my room?" Nangong Wu blinked, but her expression quickly changed. "No, that's not right. I should be at the banquet, chatting with the candidates of Huajing, eating and drinking, right?" She remembered that she should be at the banquet, chatting with a group of people. But in the next second, she actually appeared in her own hotel room. This was really unimaginable. "Nangong Wu, you were drugged, so we moved you back." Seeing that Nangong Wu was still in a daze, Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong told her everything that had just happened in full detail. "What?" Chapter 235. After listening to Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong's conversation, Nangong Wu also recalled what had happened before. She remembered that she and a group of people from Tianshui City had gone up to talk to the candidates from Huajing City. In the beginning, things went smoothly, and the other party's attitude was very kind. However, she also noticed that the way the men looked at her was a little strange, as if they were wolves. However, she was already used to this kind of gaze. Even in Sky Water City, there were many men looking at her like this, but as the heir of the Nangong family, she could only endure it. But who would have thought that the other party would hand her a glass of red wine? She drank it without hesitation. As a result, the moment the red wine entered her stomach, she felt her consciousness blur. Thus, out of instinct, Nangong Wu immediately reacted. Knowing that she had been drugged, she immediately made a big fuss. She pushed back the person in front of her and tried to rush out. Later, when Xia Ping arrived, she immediately felt a sense of relief. She couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. "Thank you for saving me." Nangong Wu looked gratefully at Chu Rong, Jiang Yaru, and Xia Ping. She knew that if it weren't for Xia Ping and the others, she would have been finished tonight. If she fell into the hands of those villains, her life would be over. "You're welcome. This is nothing." Xia Ping put his hands on his hips and waved his hand. "But you're deeply poisoned and need to be treated in time. Why don't we start now? I've been preparing for a long time. To be honest, I have a lot of experience with this kind of thing." "Start my ass. Hurry up and put on your clothes, shameless hooligan." Jiang Yaru rushed up and threw the clothes on the ground to Xia Ping, covering his body. She gritted her teeth, wishing that she could eat Xia Pingsheng alive. Who didn't know that he was an experienced hoodlum? He had even gone to a dirty place like Black Moon City to visit prostitutes, so what else did he not know? Nangong Wu was only drugged, not that kind of drug. When the time is up, he will wake up naturally. There is no need for you to detoxify him. Chu Rong also stared at Xia Ping. When Nangong Wu woke up, they immediately knew that there was nothing wrong with Nangong Wu's body. After the effects of the medicine had passed, she would wake up on her own. There was no need to detoxify her. Fortunately, Nangong Wu woke up in time. Otherwise, this shameless man might have really succeeded. Meanwhile, Nangong Wu was also extremely embarrassed and angry. She was clenching her teeth. She had dodged the attacks of those beasts, yet she was almost unable to dodge the impulse of this shameless man beside her. This was truly too dangerous. To be honest, this Xia Ping was many times more dangerous than that group of men. "All right." Xia Ping shrugged. Although it was a pity to miss this opportunity, he believed that there would be a next time. At most, he would treat them to a drink and get them drunk. With a whoosh, he quickly put on his clothes. "Humph, you sure get dressed fast," Jiang Yaru said disdainfully, mocking him for doing too many dirty things. Xia Ping blinked his eyes. "I take off my clothes faster. Do you want to try? Try my ass." Jiang Yaru wanted nothing more than to hammer him. Nangong Wu. Chu Rong ignored the hooligan. She looked at Nangong Wu. "Let's immediately call the police, capture those despicable fellows, and put them in prison. Otherwise, if we continue to let these bastards run amok, who knows how many women will suffer. It's definitely not the first time they've done this." There was a hint of anger in her beautiful eyes. Ring ring ring. At that moment, Nangong Wu's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was her father, Nangong Hai. 10 minutes later, she hung up, her face very gloomy as she said, "The Su family called my father, asking him to make this a small matter, and a small matter into nothing, as if it never happened. As compensation, they will give a lot of benefits to the Nangong family." What? Chu Rong and Jiang Yaru were both shocked. Although they knew the power of the Huajing families, they didn't expect them to act so quickly, directly calling Nangong Wu's father. "Then what do you plan to do?" Xia Ping frowned, looking at Nangong Wu. "I have no choice but to pretend that nothing happened. My Nangong family can't afford to offend so many big families in Huajing." Nangong Wu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, unwilling to give up. But no matter how unwilling she was, there was nothing she could do. Because it wasn't just the Su family who called, but the other families in Huajing also called, asking for this matter to be covered up, which put a lot of pressure on the Nangong family. The Nangong family couldn't afford to offend any of the families in Huajing. Not to mention, with so many people pressuring them together. Unless she wanted the Nangong family to be destroyed, she had to agree even if she didn't want to. Chu Rong and Jiang Yaru both fell silent. They understood Nangong Wu's choice. This was the helplessness of being a member of a family. Sometimes, one had to make certain sacrifices for the family. Meanwhile, in Huajing's Su family, in a villa that occupied an area of hundreds of acres, there was a continuous line of luxurious houses. In one of the living rooms, a dozen or so people appeared. Among them was Su Yang, whose legs had been broken, his father, the mayor of Huajing, Suan, and some elders of the Su family, as well as direct descendants. After emergency treatment in the hospital, Su Yang's injuries had stabilized. His body was wrapped up like a mummy, and he looked very miserable as he sat on a chair. "Son, are you okay now? Will your injuries affect tomorrow's exam?" Suan frowned, looking at his son Su Yang. He was extremely angry at the person who had beaten his son to this state. He wanted nothing more than to get rid of him immediately. Of all times, it had to happen the night before the exam. If Su Yang couldn't participate in Yanhuang University's exam because of his injuries, and he couldn't get into Yanhuang University, then his future would be ruined. How could he not be angry? "Father, I'm fine for now," Su Yang said in a low voice. "When the time comes, I just need to soak in the high-grade nutrient solution. In one night, my injuries will completely recover. It won't affect tomorrow's exam." The high-grade nutrient solution was many times better than the low-grade nutrient solution. It was made of all kinds of rare materials, and soaking in it once cost tens of millions. Only a large family could afford it. Naturally, the effect was many times better, and it could speed up the recovery of injuries. "But father, you must avenge me." Su Yang clenched his teeth so hard that blood came out. "That Xia Ping from Tianshui City, that damned bastard, he dared to do something to me, breaking my legs in front of so many people. He made me lose all my face. Now there are jokes about me, and many people are starting to look down on me. If I don't avenge this, I can't take this lying down. I can't take this lying down." He was extremely angry. In his 18 years of life, when had he ever experienced such humiliation? He was humiliated in public, had his legs broken, and was like a dead dog. He would never forget this kind of humiliation. "Don't worry." A cold light flashed in Su En's eyes. "He did this not only to humiliate you, but also to humiliate my Su family. If we don't avenge this, who will look down on my Su family? No one can avoid paying the price for hurting my son." His tone exuded a monstrous chill that caused everyone to shiver. Chapter 236. Giant Company. Hearing this, the people of the Su family couldn't help but feel suffocated. That was a true giant company. In front of it, the Su family was simply an existence like an ant. If it wasn't so, knowing that Xia Ping had injured the people of the Su family, they would have used all kinds of methods to kill that arrogant brat. They wouldn't be like this, not daring to make a big deal out of it. They even took the initiative to compensate. This was the power of the giant company. Damn it, how could a country bumpkin like him have the qualifications to join the giant company? This is simply unreasonable. Su Yang was so jealous that his eyes turned green. He clenched his fists, feeling extremely unwilling. A genius like him, who was also a direct descendant of the Su family, had reached the third sky of the warrior realm at the age of 18. He could be said to be a genius no matter where he was. But even so, when he wanted to join the giant company, he was rejected, saying that he wasn't qualified. Now, a country bumpkin had actually joined such a super organization. With such a comparison, didn't that mean that he was inferior to that guy from the countryside? How could he be willing to accept this? Also, before this, he was just with his friend. At a banquet, he saw a beautiful woman and wanted to drug her to play with her. This was a very normal thing. After all, for a direct descendant of the Su family to be willing to play with such a country bumpkin, it was the other party's honor. It was a blessing that he might not get even in 3 lifetimes. But that bastard Xia Ping didn't know how to appreciate favors. Not only did he ruin his plans, he even dared to beat him in front of so many people. He humiliated him and trampled on his dignity. He couldn't swallow this. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be Su Yang, he wouldn't be a descendant of the Su family. We can't do it openly. We can't afford to offend the giant company, but who said that we can't do it in the dark? Su An's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness as he said sinisterly. Dad, what should we do about this? Su Yang impatiently looked at his father. He wanted to know how to kill that brat who brought such humiliation to him. In other places, we can't touch him, not even assassinate him. Otherwise, it will anger the giant company and cause them to take revenge. If that happens, our Su family will be finished. Suan sneered, and a terrifying cold light flashed in his eyes. But there's a place that can kill him, and that's Yanhuang University's entrance exam. In such an examination, life and death are up to the heavens. Life and death are up to the people. No matter what happens in the examination grounds, the outside world cannot take revenge. Even the giant company is the same. We can kill him during the exam, then everything will be over. Murderous intent surged from his body, and his body emitted a monstrous murderous intent. But only candidates can participate in this exam. Our Su family members are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, if we're discovered, we'll be in big trouble and might even anger Yanhuang University, a Su family elder said hesitantly. And is there really a need to kill that brat? If we really do that, then we really won't rest until one of us dies. Yes, we can't enter, but my son can't enter, the candidates of my Su clan can't enter, and the descendants of my Su clan's allies can't enter either? Suan sneered repeatedly, as long as they join hands and exhaust all means, killing that kid in the exam, this is an easy matter. If it really happened, even the giant company wouldn't be able to say anything. Because this is the rule of the exam. And if we don't get rid of him now, when he advances to the king realm, he will be the one to get rid of our Su clan. While his wings are not fully grown, getting rid of this brat now is the best way for our Su clan. If we miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to get another one. The people of the Su clan all nodded. They couldn't help but agree with Su An's words. Right now, they had formed a great enmity with Xia Ping, and it was too difficult to resolve it. And even if they could resolve it, they weren't willing to lower their heads. They were the dignified Huajing City's Su clan, and their power was monstrous. To lower their heads to a bastard from a small city in the countryside, that would be disgraceful. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. Since they couldn't resolve it, they had to eliminate this threat from the source. Son. Suan looked at his son, Su Yang, and took out a bottle of white potion. He said, "This is a bottle of life potion. It has a strong vitality and abundant energy. It was created by scientists by simulating the water of life and used countless rare materials. Just one bottle is worth 5 billion federal coins. As long as you can take it, the injuries on your body will immediately recover, and your strength will greatly increase. Tonight, it won't be a problem for you to advance to the fourth heaven of the martial warrior realm. This way, killing that Xia Ping will be a piece of cake. Life potion. Hearing this, Su Yang was instantly overjoyed. This was an extremely precious potion. Even martial masters were incomparably eager to get it. Before, he didn't even dare to think about it. But now, in order to give him the confidence to kill Xia Ping, his father actually gave him a bottle of life potion. This was really too good. This was a blessing in disguise. Thank you, father. Su Yang was overjoyed and immediately took the bottle of life potion. He couldn't help but sigh. Xia Ping, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get such a life potion. Don't worry, during tomorrow's exam, I will definitely cut off your head. Otherwise, I won't be able to repay this kindness. His eyes surged with a terrible murderous intent. Su Yuntian. Suan, the family head, looked at a man in white who was holding a sword and said, "Tomorrow, you have to cooperate with Su Yang to kill the person who offended the Su family and eliminate the threat." Everyone looked over. Su Yuntian was the #1 genius of the Su family and the #1 expert in Huajing City. He was an expert in the fourth heaven of the martial warrior realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. Yes, family head. I will kill him like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Leave it to me. Su Yuntian's face was arrogant, and his body emitted a cold murderous intent. He didn't take Xia Ping seriously at all because the gap between him and that kid was too big. The first heaven of the martial warrior realm was stronger than the first heaven, but it was also divided into 3 stages. The first heaven to third heaven of the martial warrior realm were known as beginner warriors, the fourth heaven to sixth heaven of the martial warrior realm were known as intermediate warriors, and the seventh heaven to ninth heaven of the martial warrior realm were known as advanced warriors. When one reached the fourth heaven of the martial warrior realm and opened up 4 acupoints, their true chi would be incomparably dense and they would reach the realm of intermediate warriors. Their strength would be much stronger than those in the third heaven of the martial warrior realm. Just 1 more acupoint was enough to make a difference in quality. This was the reason why the family head, Suan, was so confident that by giving Su Yang the life potion and allowing him to advance to the fourth heaven of the martial warrior realm, he would be able to kill Xia Ping. Tomorrow will be the day you die, Xia Ping. Just you wait. Chapter 237. The next morning. Xia Ping sat cross-legged on the bed, circulating the true qi in his body. When the sunlight shone in from the window, he slowly opened his eyes and spat out a stream of air that lingered in the room for a long time. After a night of cultivation, he felt that the true qi in his body seemed to have grown a little stronger. He had reached the peak of the second level of the warrior realm and was only 1 step away from breaking through to the third level of the warrior realm. He was just missing an opportunity to open up the third acupoint. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations host, last night you received a total of 23,456 hatred points, 6 of which had killing intent towards the host. More than 20,000 hatred points. That's normal." Xia Ping touched his chin, "But who exactly had killing intent towards me?" "So that's how it is. It's Su Yang and some people from the Su family. It seems that I have to pay attention to the Su family." His eyes flickered, but he didn't plan to use so much hatred points for the time being. After all, whether it was pills or secret manuals, he didn't lack any of them. It was a bit troublesome for the Su family to have killing intent towards him, but it wasn't a big problem. With the protection of the giant company, he didn't believe that the Su family would dare to do anything to him. "Forget it, I don't care so much. I have to gather and prepare for the entrance exam of Yanhuang University." With a slap, Xia Ping immediately got up from the bed, brushed his teeth and washed his face, then went out. Then he arrived at the entrance of the hotel. There was a bus to take them to the airport. At this time, Jiang Yaru and the others had also arrived on the bus and had already finished washing up. When Qin Muyang and the others saw Xia Ping appear, their eyes flickered and they didn't say anything. They lowered their heads in shame, as if they felt ashamed of their actions last night. "Big brother, good morning." Feng Hetong greeted Xiaoping. He revealed a wretched look, looking at Big Brother's greasy face. "You must have had a good night last night. Did you communicate with sister-in-law?" He knew that Xiaoping brought Nangongwu back to the hotel room last night, but he didn't know what they did. "It was alright, we didn't do anything. We just had a simple exchange, nothing special." Xiaoping waved his hand and said very modestly. Everyone was shocked. If they were to have such an exchange, how could it be? Qin Muyang's face turned green. He couldn't help but clench his fists. He wanted to punch that proud face a few times. "Big brother, you're amazing. You succeeded so quickly." Feng Hetong was filled with admiration. He had already explained the profound in simple terms, so how could he not succeed? "Succeed my ass, don't talk nonsense here." When Nangongwu heard this, she was immediately angered to death. She glared at Feng Hetong, wanting to tear apart this bastard's mouth for spreading rumors. "That's right, don't talk nonsense here. Nothing happened last night, don't misunderstand." Xiaoping coughed, warning these people not to misunderstand. "Big brother, we understand. We understand everything. Of course, we won't misunderstand." Feng Hetong nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood everything. "You know nothing." Nangongwu gritted her teeth. Even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. These bastards clearly suspected that she and Xiaoping had done all kinds of indescribable things. He reckoned that no matter what he said now, these people would not believe him. The more he tried, the worse it would be. "But big brother, it seems that there was no news about what happened last night. It must have been hushed up by those families in Huajing." Many people were also silenced. Feng Hetong said in a low voice, "You have to be careful. I heard that the Su family is not a kind person. I think they might do something bad to you, big brother. Not only would they do something bad, they would even want to kill him." Xiaoping sneered, but he was not moved. "Don't worry, we'll deal with it when it comes. The most important thing now is the exam. We'll talk about it after we get into Yanhuang University." Half an hour later, they took a bus and arrived at Huajing Airport. At this time, a super battleship was parked in the depths of the airport. It was simply a giant, several times larger than the battleship in Tianshui City. It was loaded with countless powerful laser weapons and energy weapons. Once it exploded, it could easily destroy a city. "Come on up." When Xiaoping and the others approached the battleship, a soldier immediately stood up and invited them to board. Soon, they walked up the stairs to the center of the battleship. What a huge space! After boarding the battleship, someone immediately exclaimed. The entire battleship was like a huge stadium, with many chairs inside, like an airplane. At this time, the chairs were already filled with students. More than 10,000 students from the entire Yangzhou district had basically come to this super battleship. Suddenly, Xiaoping immediately felt several frightening gazes directed at him, condensing into a solid substance, emitting malice, as if they wanted to completely penetrate his body. He immediately looked over and saw that it was Su Yang and the others. Beside him sat a young man in white. He wore a long sword and exuded a terrifying sword chi. His cultivation had reached the fourth heaven of the martial artist realm. Not only this man in white, even the aura of Su Yang was different from yesterday. His chi cultivation was more than twice as strong, and he had actually advanced to the fourth heaven of the martial warrior realm. He actually broke through in just one night. Xiaoping frowned. He could clearly feel the threat coming from Su Yang. It was different from before, this was a real threat. Xiaoping, let's have some fun during the exam. I hope you don't die so quickly. I, Su Yang, will definitely repay you for what you did last night. Suddenly, a voice, like a mosquito, entered Xiaoping's ears. True Qi sound transmission, this was true Qi sound transmission. A glimmer of light appeared in Xiaoping's eyes. This was an extremely brilliant true qi technique, which could not be achieved without a certain degree of true qi. One could imagine that Su Yang's strength was indeed much stronger than last night. He saw Su Yang sitting in his seat, staring at Xia Ping with a cold smile. His breathing was silent, as if he was a beast hibernating there, waiting for the opportunity to choose a person to devour. However, this Su Yang was not the biggest threat. The young man in white sitting next to Su Yang was the biggest threat. His every movement contained a natural rhythm, as if he himself was a sharp sword. He recognized that this was the #1 genius of the Su family, and also the #1 expert in Huajing, Su Yuntian, an expert of the fourth heaven of the martial warrior realm. And this Su Yuntian was also one of the Su family members who wanted to kill him. All candidates, please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The battleship is about to depart. At this time, a voice sounded around the battleship, asking the candidates to take their seats. Chapter 238. Candidates. When Xia Ping and others were all seated and the battleship took off, a voice immediately sounded from the loudspeaker, "I am Miao Dongsheng, the chief examiner sent by Yanhuang University this time. This time you are going to the examination site called the Wild Sand Ruins. This is a unique relic space, a self-formed world, a vast area equivalent to a huge island. But the environment of this relic space is extremely harsh. The average temperature during the day exceeds 60 degrees, and the average temperature at night is -40 degrees. The temperature difference between day and night exceeds 100 degrees. Ordinary creatures can't survive in this relic space. And you have to go in this place and survive for 30 days. Relic space? Xia Ping's eyes flickered. He also read from the teaching books that there are many relics on Yanhuang planet. Some are scientific and technological bases, some are ancient tombs, and some are relic spaces. These relic spaces form a system of their own, with a complete biological chain, like a small world with a vast area. Scientists don't know how these spaces appeared at all. Were they created by super science fiction technology? Or did they exist but were used by the ancient people? So far, no one knows. But what is known is that each relic space is different. Some environments are excellent, rich in spiritual energy, suitable for human survival, and many elixirs grow. Some relic spaces have harsh environments, and ordinary humans will die if they go in. Obviously, this Wild Sand Ruins is a space not suitable for ordinary humans to survive. In this world, the most fundamental thing of life is survival. The voice sounded again. No matter how noble you are, no matter how despicable you are, no matter how talented you are, no matter how noble you are, no matter how humble you are, no matter how noble you are, no matter how humble you are, if you die, there is nothing left. This is the only fairness that heaven and earth gives to living beings. It can be said that people who can survive in this harsh world are the real strong. And Yanhuang University needs this kind of talent. I don't care what happens when you enter the Wild Sand Ruins or what means you use. In short, you have to live in that place for 30 days. And after 30 days, we will drive a battleship into the relic space and come to pick you up. If you live, you can join Yanhuang University. If you die, you don't need to say anything. His voice contained a trace of coldness and was very serious. Many candidates were also silent. They also knew this before they came to Yanhuang University. If they didn't have the consciousness of death, they wouldn't have applied for Yanhuang University. Of course, there are a few rules for this exam. The voice continued, except for cold weapons, such as knives, swords, hammers, etc., no firearms can be brought in. Food and water can't be brought. You must find these things yourself in the Wild Sand Ruins. You can bring your own cell phone with you. There's a GPS system inside, which will make it easier for us to find you in 30 days. However, there's no internet inside, and we can't connect to the outside world. You must remember the above rules. If I find anyone cheating, you will be disqualified immediately. You will not be able to participate in the college entrance examination for the rest of your life. You will also be imprisoned for 3 years. Many candidates were very serious. Everyone knew that they would be imprisoned. Yanhuang wild beasts, Yan said. They were away. By Yanhuang University. Previously, there were some big families who thought that they could cheat silently. However, they were all caught by Yanhuang University and severely punished. Today, those with power and influence were all well behaved. No one dared to cheat in Yanhuang University's exam. Boom! An hour later, the battleship arrived in the middle of a barren desert. Scarlet cliffs stretched for thousands of miles, and the surroundings were desolate and uninhabited. Sand billowed, and there were no signs of life in the surroundings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, it was not only the warships from the Yang continent that appeared here. Warships from other continents also flew over. A total of 8 warships arrived at this place and faced each other from a distance. Look, the battleships of the other continents are flying over. Some of the candidates immediately looked out of the window. They could immediately see 8 super battleships appearing before them, flying in midair. The outer shells of those warships were painted with the words Jizhou, Yenzhou, Qingzhou, Shuzhou, Jingzhou, Yuzhou, Eizhou, and Yongzhou. Amazing, as expected of Yanhuang University's examination. This time, all the candidates from the 9 continents of Yanhuang Star have gathered together. I guess only Yanhuang University can have such a grand occasion. To be able to participate in this time, and even have the guts to participate, every candidate is an outstanding talent. They are the true elites of Yanhuang Star, and all of them are the pride of heaven. I don't know how the candidates from our Yang continent can rank in the 9 continents. Can we be considered the first? Although I am very confident in Yang continent, I have to admit that in the entire Yanhuang Star, the candidates from our Yang continent are ranked the last. Yes, Su Yuntian, the #1 genius in Huajing City, is strong. At the age of 18, he is already at the 4th heaven of the martial warrior realm. His strength is tyrannical and unparalleled. He can sweep the world, but he is still not qualified in the entire Yanhuang Star. Indeed, I heard that the most famous genius this time is Mu Bancheng, a genius from Shuzhou district. He has reached the 5th heaven of the martial warrior realm and opened 5 acupoints. He is even stronger than Su Yuntian. It is said that Mu Bancheng's family, the Mu family, is a king family. Their ancestor is a king realm powerhouse. He has a deep heritage and is tyrannical. He has the bloodline of a king. No way, a king family? Didn't they say that most of the king families moved to the sky realm? That is the place where the elites of human beings gather. Geniuses run rampant and powerhouses are as numerous as the clouds. Even the headquarters of Yanhuang University is in the sky realm. Normally speaking, this is the case. However, the king realm powerhouse of the Mu family has fallen. So far, there has not been a single king realm powerhouse. They can be regarded as a declining king family. Naturally, they are not qualified to move to the sky realm. But even so, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. The Mu family's heritage is still extraordinary, and Mu Bancheng is also placed high hopes on him. He is known as a genius with the potential to advance to the king realm. Everyone talked about it. They looked at the super battleships flying around them with great admiration. Such a scene was very shocking. It was like a war between stars. Rumble at this moment, no one knew what these battleships did. 9 huge light gates immediately appeared on the desert, floating in the air. Each light gate seemed to be a space portal, leading to an unknown place. With a whoosh, the super battleships flew in without hesitation. Each battleship submerged into a light gate. Immediately, they felt that they had come to another space, another world. Well, we have arrived at the wild sand ruins. All candidates can go out. I wish you good luck. The voice inside the battleship sounded again. With a bang, the super battleship landed on the ground. The 4 cabin doors opened, and the candidates from Yangzhou district who were sitting in their seats were immediately enveloped by a unique energy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They were unable to resist and were thrown out of the world in an instant. One after another, they landed on the ground. Chapter 239. It's so hot, my God, it's too hot here. I'm almost cooked, I feel like a meat bun. When these candidates left the warship and landed on the ground, many candidates suddenly shouted. They felt the heat waves rolling, as if they had entered a pot of oil, and the endless heat waves were used to cook them completely. Without the protection of the warship, many candidates were immediately exposed to the sun. This is the wild sand ruins. The daytime temperature exceeds 60 degrees. My God, ordinary humans will be sunburned to death in half an hour under such a temperature and become a dry corpse. Damn, how can there be 3 suns here? Is this crazy? How did it appear? It doesn't make sense at all. This is the space of the ruins, the highest mystery that can't be explained by current technology. Some people say that this is the masterpiece of the gods, not the work of us humans at all. Crazy, it's really crazy, you can't even survive a day in this damn place. How can you survive 30 days? I want to give up now, is it too late? Bullshit, it's too late, we all come to this damn place, we only have 2 results, one is to die, the other is to enter Yanhuang University, there is no other way. Many of the examinees were stunned by the cruel environment. This was the true boundless desert, a land of death. The temperature in the day exceeded 60 degrees Celsius, and if they were to stay under the sun like this, they would be scorched to death. It is said that the temperature at night will drop to -40 degrees, which is even more terrifying. The temperature here is indeed terrible. Xia Ping also looked around and found that there was a vast desert around, sand and dust billowing, as if in a desert world, there was not even a plant, and there were 3 suns in the sky. Perhaps it is because of this that the temperature here is extremely high. No wonder you have to at least be a strong martial artist to participate in the exam. Ordinary candidates come in, it is a dead end. Xia Ping couldn't help but sigh. The temperature of 60 degrees here is too terrible. Ordinary people exposed to the sun here, it is estimated that they will die in half an hour. Only the candidates with strong physiques can endure it and guarantee that they will not die for a while. Of course, it is temporarily not dying. If there is no place to hide, it is estimated that it will not last too long. However, for me, this place can be considered a blessed land for cultivation. Xia Ping closed his eyes and circulated the pure yang immortal incantation. The terrifying temperature and surging heat waves, the power of the sun descending from the sky covered every inch of his body. He operated the secret art and absorbed the power of the sun. He felt a warm current entering his body, and a large amount of energy was poured into the depths of his acupuncture points. Cultivating in this place was 10 times faster than cultivating on Yanhuang Star. Suddenly, he felt that his body was warm, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He didn't feel like he was being roasted at all. This feeling was indescribably comfortable. Xia Ping. At this moment, an angry shout came from the side. Xia Ping was instantly displeased that someone had interrupted his cultivation. Looking over, he saw 20 or 30 people running over, like tigers and wolves. Their leader was Su Yang, as well as Su Yuntian and the others. In an instant, they surrounded Zhang Yaru, Chu Rong, Nangong Wu, Feng Hetang, and Xia Ping. It was simply impenetrable, not giving Xia Ping and the others a chance to escape. Zhang Yaru and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. They immediately knew that these Huajing candidates were up to no good. Although they already knew that these people would not let them go, they did not expect them to act so quickly. The exam had clearly just begun, but these people were already impatient. What do you want? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows, looking at Su Yang and the others. What do we want? Hearing this, Su Yang immediately laughed wildly, his eyes staring at Xia Ping viciously. Are you kidding me? Have you forgotten the humiliation you brought me last night? In front of so many people, you humiliated me, Su Yang, and beat me like a dead dog. You made me suffer such great humiliation. If I, Su Yang, don't get my revenge, am I still human? He gnashed his teeth in hatred. In his 18 years of life, he had never suffered such humiliation. He had been beaten like this, and even his family did not dare to help him get revenge. Even the elders had almost asked him to swallow the humiliation. After all, Su Yang was a member of the giant corporation, a monstrous genius, and a future king realm seed. If such a person was completely offended, it would be a great disaster for the Su family. But if he, Su Yang, had been able to swallow this humiliation, he would not have been so arrogant and domineering. So, he wanted nothing more than to kill Xia Ping right now and let him know how powerful he was. You brought this humiliation on yourself. If you didn't have ill intentions and tried to drug Nangongwu, how could this have happened? Jiang Yaru said angrily, thinking that these people were twisting words and forcing logic. It was clearly their own fault, yet they were blaming others. Shut up! Su Yang roared, his face twisted. Look at my status, and look at yours. My father is the mayor of Huajing, and my Su family is a century-old family in Huajing. My relatives are in charge of all the important departments in the Yangzhou district, and even the military has people from my Su family. With a single order, the entire Yangzhou district will tremble. Who can resist? The fact that you bitches were able to serve me, Su Yang, and drug you is your greatest honor. Not only are you not deeply grateful, but you actually dare to bite back and try to take revenge. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. He sneered again and again as he looked at Jiang Yaru and the others with disdain. He looked down on them as if they were ants. Hee, young Master Su, these women are really hot and strong. They are completely different from those who can be fucked as long as you pay them. That's why it's so satisfying to play with women like this. I didn't get to play with them last night, but now I have a chance. I want to see where these 3 girls can run off to. There's no police station here, and no one else can help us. This is a lawless place. Won't these 3 women be able to do whatever they want? How is this hell? This is heaven. The group of Huajing princes laughed loudly, looking at Jiang Yaru and the others as if they were prey. These bastards! Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, and Nangongwu clenched their fists, looking angrily at these people. Without the restraints of the law, without anyone to stop them, the darkness in these people's hearts all came out. Feng Hatang's body trembled, his face pale. These Huajing princes were not small fries. They were all at least in the martial warrior realm. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.